as we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, we appear to be. Let's make sure that we are, with bit rights and everything else going as intended. And yeah, everything looks correct. We actually have a peek in the category, see who's up, see who's down. Okay. Kind of gone back to normal. Good to see. Yeah, let's jump right in. Though, let's jump right in here first, as we'll first make sure this goes over here. Let's swap these two. This will go back. Yeah, I need to still colorize this.
Area detected.
And then it's basically done. Because in between, I haven't really worked on anything at all. Had to do a bunch of other stuff, like feed myself, pretty important. So. And hey there, Larry. And yeah, welcome in. As the title says, yeah, we are gonna record the Coco video. I'm gonna jump into it pretty quickly. Just wanted to double check because I had this in my head, but also I see the answer already because I did actually move these across and optimize them all up and stuff. As fireworks are still here and there going off, which it's at least less bad than the bad VFX. If we're honest about that kind of stuff. At least it's not the bad VFX in real life. Yeah, in the end, actually, I didn't make everything kind of. We could even go 5 red cores if we wanted to, but that wouldn't work out for what this is. Yeah. What was my checkpoint? Floor 4. That's a pretty low likelihood. Let's see, actually. Wanted to take this up against some rogues and then just see how the 4 cores and the regen feels. Let's actually do that, and then we go and get started on Coco. And with the Christmas stuff back, we'll go and make use of that.
We need you to secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
And either itchy. And indeed, Krampus has returned. Krampus had to go. He said it wasn't safe here, but then we made it safe again, so now he's back. Krampus 2! The Chainsaw Boogaloo. Yeah, let's continue. Actually, let's take a red build so we can die easier. Glass. See if we can spawn some rogues. I just want to go up against some rogues with that PFE setup. We'll just see about spawning some here. Let's actually make this. Although actually I can make it more easily with sticky. And if I haven't ever spawned rogues, bet you go away. Actually, we should deactivate the whole thing.
Agent vital signs 0.
Floor 4 will likely take a few tries, but yeah, you can kind of die at the elevator every time. Chance at rogues. You can't do it at floor 1, and you can't do it on a boss floor.
Agent vital signs 0.
Bad. Let's see on.
Rogue agent detected.
That was actually faster than expected, but if you ever need rogues, that's the way. And yeah, we might actually even also go get some more Krampus thingies. I don't know, Doug, if you've had a chance at looking what they Did they set it up till the 6th still? Because did they extend it? I can't find anywhere where like it says like, hey, we extended it to this time. I'm gonna guess the in-game might have something to say about that. I'm gonna guess that maybe they just set it to like the 13th then, maybe? Could be a week after. Oh, is it you ran into some? I would say all sides, all places. Where there are humans, sometimes humanity happens. But was it anything specific? I should realize I haven't looked at my comments recently. I was like, was there like one on mine? Yeah, let's just go.
On the wrong side, Agent.
No. So I need to be on the other side? You're on the wrong side, Agent. Okay, is this the right side?
Hostile line of fire.
I'm not saying I'm on the wrong side anymore, so must be the right side. Go for the legs first. I have 4 is more than enough, yeah.
I'll get that, Agent.
Could you shoot at me? The one time I don't want you to punch me, just shoot at me.
I'm making the world a better place.
That works. Yeah.
I'm doing what
Thank you for your service. I shall thank you by shooting you till you're dead.
Rogue agent eliminated.
I just wanted to see how that felt there. Which is more than fine. Actually, it could even drop to 3. Although the lower we dropped, also the more we're eating into the region. But we'll definitely keep it 4 and 2, I think. 4 blue, 2 red. That question answered. The big, what are your top 5 exotics in the game right now? I mean, weapons and gear.
Entering safe area.
I mean, not per se top 5, but just, yeah, like Memento, Overdog, Stinkerer. What are some exotics I can't live with that? Because a Coyote is fine with that. And then maybe gun-wise Capacitor. Just because it makes a lot of stuff possible. And Pesty. Because it's a fun gun. Scorpio for Eclipses, but that's 6 already. It's also kind of what every character definitely has. A Memento. Although, well, for instance, they all also have a vial because of Eclipse. But yeah, usually, like, at least Tinkerer, Overdogs, Memento is kind of something that I use on every character. In some form. Yeah, we'll later on add this to the build collection. There's no need to hurry with that. Let's go and grab this character. Unlikely I'm forgetting some. I mean, because Regulus is really good, but it's not my thing.
Entered.
We haven't used, because we've used Campus, we've used Theater, we've used Brooklyn and New York as well, actually. We haven't used this area, but this area is kind of too annoying to use. We haven't used the Krampus area. Or maybe we do just use this area.
Objective available.
So actually back here, I haven't even really paid attention to back here. You know what? Let's go here. Let's grab White Krampus and Babyface. We just use this. It's fine, right? This place is a little bit too busy always to kind of use, but let's use this. We haven't used this area here. Yeah, location. Put it on so. Options. Points. I mean, also, yeah, just outright saying the one is better. In what way? Because I would say Div 2 is better. No, there's plenty of exotics that are not worth considering at all. Overlord comes to mind, the custom knee pads, or rugged gauntlets. Yeah. There's a lot that are usable, but there's also a lot that could use some work. They are not all all usable. As far as well, Sawyers and stuff, or Catalyst is also kind of lacking. Tardigrade, especially Tardigrade now with Beacon existing. Bunch of the weapons, Sacrum, Overlord. Even I would say Oxpecker. I mean, Dread is also barely usable. Merciless. Yeah. One backpack. I mean, it's either Birdie, Acosta, Ninja Bike, or Memento. That's the 4, right? So. I needed this. Ninja is usable, at least. Or some places where it fits, it gets misused, definitely, but that same would be true if you consider the cost in that way. If you just stick in a cost in a skill build, that's not going to work, but a cost in the right build is actually pretty good. Yeah. Oh, that's more just, that's more the players. And a 65 streak, I see there. A little over 2 months. And I'm glad to have you along for the raid. Yeah. I mean, for some people, it's the go-to. I'm more shooty builds. I like I'm not much for headhunting. You know what? Let's see. Can we? Yeah, we can. Yeah, something like that. Kind of like that. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's make sure this goes over here. For all of these. Yeah, we need to still colorize that one. And I need to do that before we actually do the intro here. So let's do that first. Yep, Memento. I mean, yeah, those are the actual truly useless ones. Memento and what was it? Memento and regular and Yeah. I hope they do it again this April Fool's event, because I totally kind of missed out on it last time around. Yeah, which colors do we do? So let's do ARs. Let's do ARs kind of this. No, let's do ARs that. Then LMGs can be over here. And then do it like that, yeah. And then kind of the this thing is always otherwise unreadable. I mean, we're gonna even go alternating colors here, but just gonna do it by hand. And then this, yeah, this becomes that. Right, yeah. The steel list, yeah, it's been brought up. I've been meaning to. So one of the videos we're definitely gonna do once this kind of set is done is actually first gear sets. But I'm still not gonna per se rank them in a tiering and stuff. I don't think that has that much value from a from actual you, because you know things like Memento, things like it depends on the context. There's too many contexts for Memento is not too great. For instance, if you're gonna go do Kantan, Memento is pretty good if you're doing solo stuff. Overdogs for some missions, you could say is like not great. For general play, it's like super good. There is like, and then situationally, like where do you put Akasta's backpack that goes into Oxy builds? Like it's S tier when you're doing floor 100 or doing incursion because it gets used and like is a game changer there for the overcharge, but not in general play. And yeah, how do you rank that and stuff? So I'm never a fan of those kind of things or like top 5 and stuff. I'd rather just analyze them and just kind of give my opinions on them. So one of the things we are going to do with yeah. So the one I want to start with is gear sets, right? I think I decided on was either that or talent. And then also from just a mechanical perspective, explain the calculation and stuff, because a lot of people get, Striker says it's total weapon damage, so a lot of people think that and stuff. So you have to also do the yellow stats. The yellow ones, because we didn't. Although I want to kind of line that up to be close to the I want to line that up to be close to the full healers, which will be a little bit deeper. But so many videos I want to do and so little time. But we'll just take it a video at a time. And then we land where we land. We get done what we get done. Rise all these. Okay. Oh yeah, that's not just one of them. The rest of them we all did already. Oh, yeah. I know this one kind of turned into a pretty cool one. Because, yeah, we can kind of compare even between exotics and stuff. Actually, we should put these to 90 as well. Let's actually do that. The only thing that does mean is here. I need to recopy this. Here as well. Ooh, we don't have the option to go to 0 stacks, really? Yeah, that we need. Let me catch up here. Where's EB? In what sense? Oh, do you mean like in the rankings? In the stash? Yeah, no. EB is kind of fine. Or oh, I mean in this list? It's a tiny bit above Elmo, so we just used Elmo instead. Because yeah, I'm not gonna put every weapon there. So we just made a selection. Elmo and EB are just like next to each other. EB has a little bit more sustain. Eagle Bear has a little less, but EB is not as popular as Elmo. The only reason Elmo is in there is just because of its popularity, actually. I mean, I'm not per se against the Elmo. I haven't used one in like forever. Just as full disclosure, but yeah, we need Cocoa stacks here because this doesn't make sense without that. So yeah, let's implement that then. Because we need to show at 0 as well that vigilance is ahead. Otherwise, this is a little not the right way. Wait, no, there is. It's pulling from somewhere. Wait, where are you pulling from? Oh, no, that's red. Wait, what? That's red scores. Well, where is this one coming from? Oh, that's, yeah. That's streamlined. That's not what I thought it was. So this is 5 and then times this field instead. Oh, wait. Yeah, nah, never mind. I'm a dumbass. I'm like, this we need to have it. We do need to have it at 0 and full stacks to, you know, compare the vigilance, because we'll turn the vigilance on and off and we can see how much is there and stuff like that. 35 stacks, 0 stacks. The whole point of this thing is to kind of compare 35 stacks to 0 stacks, and then also between vigilance and not. It's the whole point of that. I know that did homie say that. Yeah, let's take it to this monstrosity. Too bad the night is over. I'm fine with that. We're not gonna wait for night. Not gonna do the intro later either. I want the intro up front. Let's make sure the hard disk gonna have a folder already ready. Look at me being prepared. The tiniest bit prepared. Yeah. What's the movement then? That doesn't work out. Maybe we'll do the intro after. We'll wait for it to be dark again. Let's do the other segments and then we'll do the intro and outro at night. Because yeah, this place doesn't look cool at now. All right, catch up here before we go into recording a little bit. Thanks for to build up a stacks. Not in group setting is the thing. Solo, yes, solo very much so. But that's then the thing of this set. It works really well in groups and quite a bit less so solo. Even with the modifier or anything on, like in a group setting, you quite often in a room you can be at max stack, depending on what the spawns are and everything. But in a lot of places where like they're all just spawning from one door, as long as they're, you know, missions that most people know, like everybody's going to be spraying over there and just mark a bunch, they all die, and you have fun and profit. Yeah, we need to actually include as well the breakage. Actually, let's have the description file open. So yeah, what was the order? Yeah, so we're gonna go over the Coco gear set, the blue, oh yeah, and then blueprints, and then the look, and then we're going to calculations. So per se. Oh yeah, I have a lot of. Although it depends. It depends what word gets grabbed and by my brain as like, hey, repeat this word 1,000 times. But and thank you so much there, Emmeline, for keeping that stuff going. As always, much appreciated. And happy to have you along for 10 months already. Even if you're keeping track of my per se's, it's fine. Per se. Yeah. Look, I don't use per se that much per se, because per se, if I per se, it's me saying per se. Say per. Yeah, let's just start here. I'm gonna act as if I've done an intro. I mean, yeah, for instance, actually, especially per se. Those are the most common ones, I feel. I get that goes over there. Yeah. Yeah. So in the backpack. The chest became from 4 to 8, right? Well, let me just make sure of that. Because they changed it from 3 to 5, right? 4 to 8. We catch him here for a second before we go. Oh, you recommend backfire? No. You can just use backfire on a full red striker. That works, like for some places that works out really well. Incursion, for instance. You can put a few hazard protections on a striker with, especially this season, with the passive, like with this, like passive of this, there, and the hazard protection. And that works decently well enough because you can get 40% from there, 10% from the watch. You just need 50 on the gear. But backfire in general play is like, it just can't get to those stacks. There's, yeah, for instance, incursion is really good for 2 fights, but then also mostly because you have a healer alongside of you. I'll take more care of it. I do have one in the build collection itself, but that's a full hazard protected one, which, for instance, with this season's modifier, won't, like, it's kind of overkill. You need to kind of tone it back, but that one's like on 3 point something. It's also called backfire, HZP backfire. But yeah, it's not in the recommended, but it is in the build collection. Yeah, all of us having those micro PFEs in our blood now. Yeah, let's just get going. So I'm gonna act as if I've already done the intro and stuff, and then we'll record the intro when it becomes night again, because this looks much cooler here. Yeah, so concentrated company. Yeah. And let's start. Well, it's gonna follow up. Let's go get started. So. Saying start again right away at the start of a sentence is startling. Yeah. And let's do that, of course, by discussing what concentrated company is and what it can do for us. Concentrated company, the new gear set for the season. We have on 2 pieces 10% weapon damage, and this is just all weapon damage. So it is agnostic as to what weapon types we use, at least based on that. We also get 30% weapon handling on the 3 pieces, and that is actually pretty strong in comparison to a lot of other gear sets. For instance, Striker has 15%, Heartbreaker has 15%. Several other gear sets actually don't have weapon handling, but have reload speed. For instance, Ongoing Directive and Umbra's Initiative both have reload speed, but not weapon handling. And weapon handling is, of course, all of the, well, it's reload speed, but then several other stats combined into it. You get basically, for each point of weapon handling, you get 1 point into accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and the reload speed. So this 30% weapon handling that we have here is much stronger than, for instance, yeah, the 30% reload that we get on Umbra. And weapon handling is kind of neglected, I feel, quite often. People forget about having it, and that's actually one of the reasons, for instance, as well, that always, to me, Striker feels just better than most other gears, or, well, brand sets, especially if we're just going high-end. Because we have 15 weapon handling there, here we have 30, and that also opens up some things that we need to discuss then later on, because actually for some weapon types, that makes this actually the best pick, because it has that weapon handling, as we'll go into some weapons way later on in some calculations. And then on the 4-piece, we get the gear set talent. Camaraderie, as it is called, and yeah, shooting an enemy marks them for 7 seconds. When a marked enemy dies, receive 1 stack of 3% weapon damage and 2% critical hit damage for each ally or skill that has contributed to killing that enemy, including yourself. And yeah, the max stacks is 35. Stacks decay every 10 seconds. Now, wording-wise, it's kind of annoying here where it goes stacks decay every 10 seconds. 1 stack decays every 10 seconds. That is the strength of this set, because yeah, we can build up to this 35 stacks. It is a little bit, yeah, it is kill dependent. We don't need to get the killing blow, but we do need to mark enemies and they need to die to us or to allies or to skills. And if when they die, they give us stacks, and those max stacks go into a pool. 35 of them each. A stack decays every 10 seconds. That also means that from 35, going all the way to 0 is 5 minutes, 50 seconds. We are, of course, 350 seconds is what that costs us to go all the way from full to all the way to empty. Now, in 5 minutes, 50 seconds, you can do a lot. I could go make lunch and quickly jam it down my throat and still have a few stacks over and go and do another activity. So this is a very long time, and compared to, for instance, for Obliterate Striker, 100 stacks, that's 75 seconds from full to empty. So here, yeah, we're retaining quite for a long time. As we'll see though, it also can take a little bit to get going, and that's then the way that this gear set's kind of set up. And the maximum amount of marks that can be placed is 4. Now, this weapon damage that we get, that's just all weapon damage. The critical hit damage is just critical hit damage. And yeah, when we mark those hostiles, any enemy or any ally or skill or anything, and that actually includes even random NPCs in the street, if they shoot them, they basically add to that mark. Now, that is that current mark. The way that it works as well for here, as we'll show in a second, that mark will actually fade away after 7 seconds. Any ally that hit that enemy basically in that time will be included in that mark, but if they don't die during that mark, it will just decay all the way off, and then you can apply a new one. You cannot refresh the mark the way that, for instance, Ongoing Directive does when you hit an enemy, and then if you hit them again while they have a status effect, you basically, whatever duration was already gone, it basically fills it all the way back up. Here, keeping shooting the enemy, it just is that mark until it goes away, and then you can reapply a fresh new mark. And that means that sometimes an enemy will be, for instance, hit by several allies or such, but if they die with the mark decayed, or well, the mark decays and then they die, yeah, you don't get anything from it. Same is true as, for instance, if, you know, in the first part, several people are hitting it, but then there's a last millisecond where it goes away. You are the last person hitting them for one shot, basically, the last shot on them. You apply a mark, they die, you just get 1 stack off of it. So there's a lot of little quirks like that around the marking and the stacking system of it, which can kind of feel annoying, especially, for instance, when an enemy dies, when their mark is about to go away and you're stuck in a reload, so you can't reapply a new mark when everybody's kind of like shooting at a heavy or something. It sometimes feels a little bit awkward like that. But definitely it is pretty easy to get the marks going in a group setting, because it is dependent on how many allies are shooting it. That includes other players, their skills and such as well. And especially I found solo, it doesn't work out that well. Even, for instance, having the companion and a drone alongside, it still feels a little bit clunky. But the second we take it into group, it becomes a completely different beast. Let's first go and see actually how all of this kind of works. That's a little bit too rambly, and I could have left a bunch till later, because I'm going to need to repeat a bunch of stuff here otherwise. Make sure first see if the audio is good enough. Company empty. Actually includes even random NPCs in the street. The company is, and let's do that. I might retake that, because why am I explaining the mark? Yeah, let's save that, but then I'm gonna retake that, because why am I explaining the mark instead of just in a second going and showing how it works? That's show don't tell, right? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. And if this take doesn't feel good, we'll just use that. Yeah. This is what happens when I haven't thought too much about a video structure, because I was just busy with the spreadsheets and everything, of course. Yeah. And let's start that, of course, with, not start, god damn it. And let's do that, of course, by explaining what concentrated company is. And yeah, I'll be shortening it, of course, to Coco going forward quite a bit. So yeah, whenever I say Coco, that's the concentrated company. On the 2 beasts, we get 10% weapon damage. This is just all weapon damage in the same pool as red cores and grading and things like that. And because of that as well, it is agnostic to all weapons. It can be used for any type of weapon. It isn't specific to any weapon type. On the 3 pieces, we get 30% weapon handling, and this is actually a pretty strong bonus that we have here. In comparison to, for instance, Striker or Heartbreaker, where we have 15% weapon handling, this is double. But even, for instance, against our dear friends over at Umbra Initiative or Ongoing Directive, where they have reload speed, this weapon handling, of course, includes that reload speed. And we have the same 30% of that, but then also 30% accuracy, 30% stability, and 30% swap speed, as that is the 4 stats that are contained within weapon handling effectively. 1 point of that is 1 point into all of those. So here we're getting a pretty big bonus, and this is actually for the first time actually that we're getting such a big weapon handling bonus that isn't on an headhunting build or such, because several headhunting builds or several marksman builds have that kind of bonus, but yeah, here outright. That makes also some things possible. So for instance, rifles, actually, I would say Concentrated Company is overall, at least for in group play, now then the best build for rifles, because they like having a lot of weapon handling. But this weapon handling is definitely felt whatever weapon you are using. Then on the 4-piece, we get the talent of the gear set, which is Camaraderie. Shooting an enemy marks them for 7 seconds. We'll show how the marking system works in a second at the range, as showing is going to be easier than telling. But when a marked enemy dies, receive a 1 stack of weapon damage, 3% weapon damage, and 2% critical hit damage for each ally or skill that has contributed to killing that enemy, including yourself. So on that mark, when we mark an enemy, we mark him for 7 seconds. It isn't a repeating or continuous mark as the way that, for instance, Ongoing Directive is, or a refreshing mark, where every time, for instance, that we shoot an Ongoing Directive, or when we are on Ongoing Directive and we shoot an enemy that has a status effect on them, if the mark is on them from Ongoing Directive, it will continuously refresh it back to full for every hit. Here it is 7 seconds and it will just decay until it's gone, and then you can apply a fresh mark to that enemy. That will come into play, and we'll show actually how in a little bit. But for each enemy, we can have multiple allies or skills contributing to that, and there doesn't seem to be a cap on this. So theoretically, in for instance, Countdown, having 7 allies, each of them having 2 skills out, yeah, that could be a lot. Now, in practice, of course, it doesn't work out like that. But especially in a group setting where you have multiple players helping out, that can be really, really strong. Because, yeah, when we have allies and skills helping us out, and for instance, as well, this season's companion counts for that. You know what? Let's have a cut there. Oh yeah. That's fine then. Let's go way and back. So we have a different session. That's should have expected that actually. In just that's the downside of that area. Because some of the other shared areas we've used so far, they're a little bit quieter.
Area detected.
But I want to use that one because we haven't used that one yet. So. Yeah, being Conley. He's like, I'll take my revenge. I think I kind of saw it in the corner of my eye. I was like, I'll just keep going. It'll be fine. But it kind of got me. But also, that's fine. I wasn't doing well. I was getting lost in words. Which, that's not how that works. So it's worth a retake anyway. Yeah, let's. Yeah. And let's do that, of course, by first explaining what Concentrated Company even is. This is, of course, a gear set that we've gotten for this season. We'll be shortening it, as we said as well, to Coco quite a lot here. And what we get on Coco on the 2 pieces is 10% weapon damage. This is just all weapon damage. This just goes into the all weapon damage pool in the same way that red cores and grading and such does. This also means that it isn't specific to any weapon. And because of that, you can use effectively any weapon type. And that also holds true for the talent and such. And Coco, because of that, unlike, for instance, last season's tipping skills, which was very much tied to LMGs, is basically weapon agnostic, the way that, for instance, partially Striker is as well, but even more so here, because we also don't care about RPMs and such, so we can't even use things like shotguns or rifles, actually. On the 3-piece, we get weapon handling. Now, what weapon handling is a combined stat. Each point into weapon handling is 1 point into accuracy, stability, weapon swap speed, and reload speed. So we're getting 30% into all of those. And that means that, for instance, this is outright better than, for instance, the 15, of course, on Strikers or Heartbreakers, but even also the 30% on Ongoing Directive, the 30% reload speed on Ongoing Directive and Umbra's Initiative. That is just one of the 3 or one of the 4 stats that we get out of this stat, of course. This 30% weapon handling, actually, we haven't seen before on what is effectively a shooty build gear set, unlike, for instance, some of the headhunting gear sets like Hotshot and such. They had weapon handling at this high amounts, but this is kind of the first time we're seeing it on a gear set, and that does help out. For instance, to use some of the weapons that sometimes would be seen as a little bit cumbersome. And yeah, this does actually make every weapon feel quite a bit better, and is often overlooked how effective it is to have a decent amount of weapon handling. One of the main reasons actually that Strikers overall feels better than a lot of other gear sets is actually that weapon handling that a lot of people kind of overlook that is there, and makes it feel a lot more comfortable. On the 4-piece, we get Camaraderie, which is the talent of this gear set. And shooting an enemy marks them for 7 seconds. When a marked enemy dies of any source, receive 1 stack of 3% weapon damage and 2% critical hit damage for each ally or skill that has contributed to killing that enemy, including yourself. So we apply a mark to an enemy. Then that mark, basically, when we apply it, including ourselves, we count for 1. Any other thing basically hitting it, that can be other players, other allies. It can even be just roaming NPCs in the open world. That seems to count as well for it. Any enemy hitting that, or any ally or skill hitting that enemy while it is marked, effectively adds a notch to it. So if I shoot it, and my drone shoots it, my companion shoots it, and then another player shoots it, we have effectively 4 stacks on that enemy. If that enemy dies in that 7 seconds while it is marked, I'll get 4 stacks off of that kill. That is effectively how this whole setup is working. And of course, what that means is that also this can go actually really fast, because if we can get even that, me shooting him, an ally, another player shooting him, the drone shooting him, and the companion shooting him, that being 4 per kill, that already can go pretty quickly. Now, of course, solo, it would just be me, my drone, and the companion, for instance. I could add a turret into here to make that 4, but of course, the thing will also be how easy is it to keep that mark on the enemy. And we'll actually discuss that in a moment when we take it to the range to show that off, as it's going to be easier to show than to tell. Now, the max stacks for this is 35. That means that without including the backpack, which we'll include in a second, we have 35 times 3, which is 100 or is 105, and we have 35 times 2 for 70 crit damage. Both of those bonuses are already pretty good on a gear set, so you're having 105 weapon damage from here. It isn't, of course, as large as outright, for instance, Striker. The backpack takes that weapon damage side of it from 3 to 5%, and that does increase it by quite a lot. Now, of course, the question then becomes, do we or don't we take the backpack? Overall, I would say we do, and that's mostly to open up other options, because what we definitely don't want to take, and I just haven't used it at all, really. I've tried it out, haven't seen it really make a difference, and a chest talent overall, just that damage talent is way too useful to give up, is using the chest. That takes it that we can apply it to, instead of this maximum amount of marks that can be placed is 4. Instead of 4, it's 8 with the chest. Kind of like even worse than the negotiator, because at least with the negotiator, when we're marking them, we're transferring damage to them. Here, that's just making it so that we can maybe stack a little bit faster, but you need also more than 4 enemies around, which is not a very common thing that you can mark, the full 8 enemies. Now, the max stacks being 35 is also here with stacks decaying, of course, because it's a stacking build. We build up stacks that way, but of course we lose them in some way as well. And it's kind of not well worded here because, yeah, stacks decay every 10 seconds. One stack decays every 10 seconds, and they should have worded it like that, because originally to me this sounded like, oh, we lose all our stack in 10 seconds? That doesn't seem really worthwhile. No, we lose one stack every 10 seconds, and that means to lose all of our stacks going from the full 35 all the way to 0, that is 350 seconds. That's 5 minutes 50 seconds. There's a lot we can do in 5 minutes 50 seconds. You can totally go and take a whole bio break and come back and still have some stacks. Whereas within, for instance, strikers, if we're taking 100 stack striker, you lose all of your stacks within 75 seconds. That's a lot shorter, of course, meaning that usually with strikers going from room to room, you might have a few stacks remaining or nothing at all. Here, it is much more about slowly, or at least somewhat slowly building up, but you retain them for much longer. And that does work actually decently well. I'll already say that, yeah, trying to make this build work solo doesn't seem to work out well. But it completely changes once you take it into a group setting where you have a lot of extra players and maybe even their skills as well helping you stack up pretty quick. And then once you are stacked, you can retain them for pretty long. That's kind of the play style of this in general. Let's take it quickly to the range where we'll look actually at how that stacking works. We got through it. I'm still kind of fumbling my words a lot. Striker options really make a difference, and they should have all our tools and of your more optional. I'll already say, just making sure that the audio is fine.
You swear an oath, that means something.
Now let's get to the range. Actually, let's make sure I'm... And let's start showing how that stacking actually works. Whenever we shoot an enemy, we get a mark above them. This mark is actually just a 7-second timer. If we reshoot again, yeah, it doesn't reapply it. So it's only whatever enemies, or if we mark an enemy, how many allies hit them in that mark, that will count. When the mark dissipates, if they didn't die, you don't get anything. And then, of course, as well, if they, for instance, you know, in the first mark here, let's say 7 allies shot him, but then, you know, at the very last second, this mark goes away and I get the final shots in him now, and he dies right now from those shots, and nobody else got to shoot him. I just got 1 stack off of that. And that means that in a lot of settings, it really does depend on, for instance, having continuous fire and marking a lot of enemies, and especially being in places where a lot of enemies will be there and dying, of course. Now, I don't need to get the kill shot for the mark. It is just basically when they are marked, if they die to any source, whatever stacks basically got applied to them, we get those. And that works out to be that in a group setting, of course, the more allies we have alongside of us, they will help us get stacked up faster. And especially in a group setting, it can go pretty fast. One of the things you can do as well is actually, as you can see here at the range, we can build up stacks. And that means that, for instance, we could sit here and especially with, for instance, some skills out, sit here and just build up the stacks and then go out, for instance, for solo play. We do get 1 stack per kill for ourselves. Now, of course, if I bring the drone into the mix and try to get him to apply to some of these, yeah, that adds another stack for any enemy that he does shoot. We can take, actually, Oxy is, if you're gonna do this, I wouldn't recommend it, but if you're gonna do this, yeah, you could take Oxy alongside of it. And here, of course, yeah, in kind of a control setting, we can kind of make it stack up pretty quickly. On note of the stacking as well, sometimes you will get the icon as we have it there underneath the buff bar that is associated with a concentrated company. It has, of course, that bar underneath it. In the same way as with striker stacks and heartbreaker stacks, it shows the stacking there. If you don't see the stacking there, that is a visual bug. Hopefully in the future, if you're watching this way in the future, that has already been resolved. If it isn't, if it's basically, if you get a kill and it doesn't pop up the bar underneath it, the stacking bar, it seems to just be a visual glitch. An annoying one, because you still want to know how many stacks you have. That's a pretty important information. And yeah, missing that is kind of annoying. What you can do though is at that point, remove and reapply one piece of the gear set. So basically breaking and resetting the gear set that way. Because yeah, we just equip something else. It's a 3-piece now. We go back. Now it's a 4-piece again. And that usually does fix that visual bug. You do lose all of your stacks as well that way, because yeah, you weren't wearing 4 pieces at the time, so you'll lose all of your stacks. But usually that will reset the bar. It is visual, and I've tested this several times. If somebody wants to dispute that, I would love to see some footage of that or something. But when you calculate it out or put it up against calculations, yeah, I can do, for instance, after stacking up like this here or out in the open world with a broken bar, so to say, the visual bug, I can stack up and hit the max numbers of a max stacked Coco build. And that means, of course, that we are at max stacks. The stacking is still working underneath it, because otherwise I couldn't do a 2 million pesty take on enemies, for instance. So it is just visual. It seems to be, at least. If somebody has some footage to dispute that, I would love to see that. But yeah, for the time being, I'm putting it to that, as I've tried it multiple times now. And some people have tried to refute it, and they kind of came up short. So I'm putting that in here there. But yeah, when it is visually broken, as we might see at some point here, because quite often when you let it fully lose its charges, that's usually when it breaks, or when you sometimes load the build. But yeah, the way that the stacking works can sometimes be annoying, because if the enemy, for instance, is marked, and then there is, like, at the last second, it's stuck like this, and I need to reload, and somebody else kills them, they died without a mark. We did not get any stacks. So quite often there is a little bit of rotation like that, but especially in group settings, we can get it to stack up pretty quickly. I almost kind of want to jump into some gameplay and show if we can. Yeah, let me catch up here as I kind of in there. I need the yellow. Any bittersweet build? You can stick bittersweet on a lot of builds where rifles kind of fit, Umbra and stuff. I do have a dedicated, the build collection should still be linked right above you. I do have a bitter or a measured assembly set up with headshot. That's kind of made for the bittersweet. I wouldn't say it's a great build though. But also I wouldn't say bittersweet is really super great. You could stick it actually on Coco, for instance, like this one. But yeah, it's first of all not a great gun, so it doesn't make for great builds. But it could go to that, and it's 1.04 or something, I think, in there, so you can find it pretty easily. That's bittersweet in the name as well, I think. Yeah. You know what? I might jump into. Yeah, let's maybe do that. At least try to. If we fail, then we kind of want to. I want to do it with randoms just to also show, like, hey, this isn't like me coordinating with people or something. Wait. No, and then we need to discuss blueprints and then.
Received an invite to another agent's group.
Not that one. I just want the short DC mission, not the art museum. Give it a second. I might be excluded for declining there. That sometimes happens.
Invite to another
Where's
agent's
Big
group
Tony?
received.
It's gonna be title, isn't it? Okay. Oh, might feel bad if it's just the one room or something. I might be a dick and just do one room.
Okay, now find the detonator. The explosion should cause a cave-in that'll put you just inside the wall of the base.
I'm out as well, just on basis of that. Like this team is not worth it. Not worth the hassle. Everybody's in.
We need to retrieve the antivirals before Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives there that should get you inside the perimeter.
Priority objective available.
You have shock rounds, don't you?
Fine. How'd that happen? This armor is finished.
Vital signs critical.
Didn't mean to jump down.
Agent incapacitated.
What? Why did I get social now? There's no cover here now. Don't do it.
Agent vital signs 0.
That's fine. Yeah, with that stack, that doesn't feel great. Yeah, let's try mashing again, although I'm gonna go get
Safe
my
area detected.
a little bit of loot there. Hello? I want to fast travel. It's trying to select the death mark, wasn't it? Also, these guys dropped the key as well. Yeah. Let's not be in this mission. Let's try again. Just give me a DC mission somewhere.
You have received an invite
But
to
not
another
like a
agent's
strong
group.
district, yeah. And just to quickly show it a little bit in action and how quickly we can try to stack, I'm just joining a random matchmate here, just to avoid any coordination. It is a full team here, they're already pushing forward. We are gonna just see how quickly we can get this stacked up. Now, we're gonna push into this next room. Now, this place though is decent for this, because every enemy is gonna be kind of forward of us. In things like Summit or something, enemies spawn all around, and yeah, not everybody's shooting at the same targets. But here, I would actually expect that by the time we get through this room, as we have somebody sitting up on the gun, by the time we get through this room, I will be likely fully stacked. I'm gonna keep pushing up with them. I have no idea why our ally is already triggering the other wave in a very bad way. Because that's going to just make it harder for us, because we weren't ready to fight them, only he was. But that's fine. And as we see the marks on the enemies, yeah, it is sometimes annoying, because yeah, we'll need to quite often remark the enemy a second time before they die. But we also see that I'm already most of the way there. We're not all the way there yet, but we're most of the way there. And likely, these heavies especially, will be a good target. So yeah. I'll help kill that one. I'll help kill that one. I'm at full stacks. That is how quickly it can go in a group setting, even without really any coordination. Now, these two rooms really do work out for this, of course, but yeah, this was just a random join. I'm gonna just leave that. I'm gonna, or do I just leave it to them? I know it. I'm gonna do the mission with them. It also gives me just a little bit of just...
Take him out, Agent.
Just gonna not loot anything. So this guy's in go mode.
System curtailed. System reactivated.
Those jammers out of the mix.
Immediate medical assistance Assistance needed.
Would be nice if these two had some situational awareness, but they don't. It's fine.
An agent needs assistance.
Actually, you know what? Let's do that.
Electronic device detected.
Probably a
Yeah, I'll
computer.
quickly just do this
Check to see
mission
if
for
there's
these guys.
anything
I would feel bad just leaving. Let's go here. Hey, Daisy.
According to this report, Black Tusk was covertly supplying the hyenas with tech and weapons for months, just to keep the city at a constant
I
boil.
hope you're doing
But they're
well.
not just stealing hyena supplies. They're
Good
taking
to see
back
you
their property.
doing some streaming again, I saw.
Can't believe the Black Tusk were supplying the hyenas this whole time. Explains a few things, though.
I'd happy to have you around again.
System disrupted.
Oh, well, again.
System back online.
Don't think we're really left, right? We're all addicted to the division. Oh, hey. That guy's threw a call for backup? Alright. Because he's getting wings. That was him leveling his wings up. Again, did you pulse?
This!
Serious trauma detected.
That blew up in my face, quite literally. Yeah, well, do this mission quickly with these guys. And no, that's not the pulse I thought it was. Also, I get to play around a little bit more with rifles on this.
Agent down.
Are you? As far as it goes, not the worst choice, honestly. I mean, it's one of the best choices actually for rifles. It's just rifles are not the best choice for this. is the way to say it. Why take cover first, right? Why just see enemy, shoot enemy.
I'm seeing activity in the mall, but I can't tell what they're up to.
System reactivated.
This way, if this guy's getting this one, I'm gonna get it too. Oh, native melon. Ah, nice. Getting
Satellite
deeper
uplink
into the
detected.
expertise. I
Find the
see.
source and cut it off. Throwing grenade! What the?
Yeah, that's bad.
Bypassing encryption.
Bring it! No! No!
Oh, they're eating it with this. It definitely is not as strong as ARs. It just doesn't feel it. And we also know from the numbers. Oh, we have OD, never mind. Actually, what's my team? What is my team? 10k? Really? Really? Skill duration. Or just so his hive stays on the ground longer and his seeker has more time before despawns. What? And 1 armor region. Yeah. Oh. Why not? Yeah. What's the point of skill duration in here? Like, like this is just literally how long this thing stays in the open world. And it's literally also how long this thing can exist before it despawns. That's what skill duration is. Oh, and we have 2 of these even because fuck me, why not? At least this one's completely correctly set up. So yeah, the 10k is completely wrong, the 5k is completely right. That's what we mean when we say SHD means nothing.
Terminating satellite uplink.
That's the face that a DTA classic M1A makes me pull when it's grade 30.
The data they were pushing, but it looks heavily encrypted.
That's one way to waste. That's one way to waste
System restored.
30 or 30, 90
I think we got everything of value from the warehouse. The hyenas kept some weird shit
expertise.
Roger that.
So once you get to 30 expertise, don't do that, Melon. Don't make me pull that face. If you get a M1A with DTA, don't grade it to 30. Because at least if it was DTA, you would make like, you know, hey, I'm gonna use this against the H's.
Whoever Lane is, sounds like he's waiting for you in the garage.
Well,
Time to go say hello.
Somebody else already opened it anyway. There's another chicken. Whatever called it. Yeah.
Eat this.
I know there's indeed one. Okay, filament. I'm gonna guess they've already used up all they can when it comes to that. At least that would be my expectation.
System malfunctioning.
But also, yeah, with the event, it's
System
easy enough to
reactivated.
just do it the old-fashioned way, and then because those points can also be very valuable for just optimizing shit.
System curtailed.
It sounded like a hell of a fight. Now, process of elimination
Don't
says
mind this at
K
all.
is in the arena, which means heading through the old hyena drug lab.
System restored.
Yeah. Oh, more likely they're just not paying, like they don't know shit about shit, and they think like the skill duration applies to like the bleed or something, but no, it doesn't. The other people are here due to call for backups, actually, I realize now. Oh, that's also what he's doing, so he's just doing call for backups the whole time. That's how he plays. He's one of those people, instead of just using matchmaker. That's sometimes super annoying.
System
Spawn in my back in a second, but that's fine. Speed it out of the way.
God damn it!
I wonder, actually, yeah, I realize now. I wonder if this Lexington had come with DTA.
The remaining black tusk
that
have
one's
nowhere to
D-tag.
run and nowhere to hide. K is cornered in the
He's
arena.
aware of
Take
DTAG
her out.
existing or being a thing. Because that's sometimes also a thing. Like, but I remember for the longest of times, people just like putting crit damage there and stuff. As a third step. Oh, it's countdown.
Throwing frag!
Yeah, countdown is indeed. Well, whatever gets a lot of kills. Actually, answering call for backups and stuff can be pretty good as well when, especially you're doing lower level stuff. Just because, yeah, the difficulty doesn't matter, and that's a lot of story stuff.
Grenade!
System curtailed.
Got a beat on that agent.
System restored.
No, you don't want to pulse the damn thing? Link laser pointer? I should just have equipped the pulse, actually. I think as the center of his body is not visible to me, so just doesn't want to pulse when it's like that. I can actually like this just for trying to get it on target and stuff, just because it's hard to control, kind of.
System disrupted.
There's something to be said for 5 million per headshot and stuff.
System reactivated.
How little? What? Or are you just not hitting the target?
Throwing frag!
Okay. Why keep firing if you're not hitting?
All hostiles neutralized. The arena's back under our control. Good work.
Kind of curious what the end stats there. Yeah, that guy kind of stayed behind. I kind of kept up with the full OD. Although, yeah, the full OD should have. I should have beaten the full OD actually. Because he's
An
buffing
agent has
me.
left your group.
But also, I joined like one room later.
You have left the group.
Yeah.
Enter
I just like optimizing shit.
Nothing's
Literally.
going on here.
Let's get cleaned up. And yeah, let's go back to recording our video. But I just wanted that segment of stacking up really quick. Partially as well to kind of show like, hey, it can happen. Although, well, it wasn't cherry picked because I just random match made. Right, but no, that was one of the better segments for that, or one of the better places. Everything's in front of us, and yeah. Let's show the targeted thing, and then the blueprints. Let's go back to that. Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, let's go back here. So wait, we have that, done that. It's weird not having an intro in there. Still. We'll wait for the nighttime and then record intro. Show it a little bit in action. All the way to that one, even without really any coordination. Yeah. Then also briefly 2 points of order where we get the gear and and then also quickly 2 points of order where we get the blueprints from, and also the little issue that is surrounding this in the targeted list. First of all, the blueprints, they come actually from these 3 challenges in Journey Mission 8. And the way that you get these is to actually claim the reward on Journey Mission 4, Journey Mission 5, and Journey Mission 6. When you do, you both get the completion of it. Basically, you get those journey build caches and the exotic cache and everything there. And then also that triggers this, and then you get the blueprint and also one of each of those items. Because it has been confusing people where these exactly were kind of hidden and actually how that works. Importantly, you could just wait. None of the passives of this season are really strong, so you don't per se need them. So you could forego actually claiming these and saving especially the season XP that is part of this as well, even though in my case it's not showing here because I'm already season level 100 and there's no current event going on that would use season events or season XP. God damn it. It's about to cough. Well, so I don't mind restarting that one. I was starting to lose it. Yeah. And then for 2 points of order, where do we get the blueprints from? And also the little issue around its targeted loot selection. Let's start with the blueprints here. And they come from these journey challenges in Journey Mission 8, where completing Journey Mission 4, 5, and 6, we see the rewards are these blueprints. To get these completed, you actually have to claim the reward effectively on Journey Mission 4, Journey Mission 5, and Journey Mission 6. When you claim them there, you both get the rewards here, the passives, the XP, the exotic cache, and the journey build cache. And then also this completes as well alongside of it. So you get one of the items each, alongside of it, and then the 2 blueprints per challenge as you go through them. Now, there is something to be said for not claiming these as well and saving them for later on in the season, especially towards maybe the stretch goals. Now, maybe this season they'll do the stretch goals differently because, of course, the Krampus event is maybe the way they're going to move forward, maybe. But it doesn't hurt to actually maybe save these until the end of the season. In previous seasons, these also contain a lot of season XP. Now here it doesn't show anymore because I'm season level 100, but in events where season XP matters or the stretch goals where it also, at least last seasons mattered a lot, it would be worth it to actually not claim any of these and then claim them during then because yeah, you get several caches per thing that you claim. Same is true as actually, of course, for the manhunt, as if you don't complete the scouts, you can save them from the end for the end of the season, and that can get you quite a lot of caches with the previous stretch goals. We'll have to see though if the current season ones work in the same way. But worst case, if you save them till then, yeah, you're not missing out on much because these passives aren't really that worth it for the season, especially the active, and then the main modifier is kind of where most of the power comes from. Then we go to... Is there a cut there, of course? Targeted loot, where there's a little bit of a snafu around this. They'll might fix this by the time you see this if you're watching this in the future, but for the time being, the list in the target loot, as if, for instance, if we come here to our retaliation where we can select target loot, same is true, of course, for Summit and Countdown. If we go into this list, now, first of all, you may notice, especially if you're on mouse, that, yeah, if we try to scroll, yeah, it really doesn't want you to do that, and it keeps fighting you. But also, where's Coco? Where is Coco? Now, Coco is cleverly hidden. It is a ruse, as, yeah, if we go to the bottom row, which that one is, and we go down one, now we see Concentrated Company. But we don't see Concentrated Company, we see it only up there, and that is because if I try to finagle it a little bit, if I go, let's go that way, we can see it's peeking out just off screen, kind of like me right now. Yeah, it is down there, but yeah, what you can do is on PC, just with WSD, get down there. Doesn't matter as well, you don't need to be all on the left side, even if you come from the right side here, go down all the way, it's the bottom row effectively. So you can still select it like that and have it be your targeted loot. But yeah, you need to just do it in that way. With the controller, of course, you just thumbstick down until you reach that point. But yeah, just to point that out because yeah, it has been confusing a lot of people. Yeah, so those two. Alright, 17. It's the in-game time. Oh. Very much, wait, it is night, right? Very much out of order, but let's now go record the intro. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Hello? Yeah. Wait, how do I get that? There. Yeah. Yeah. Timestamps. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth look into concentrated company. We'll be calling this gear set Coco a lot moving forward, just to shorten it, because yeah, concentrated company is pretty long. And yeah, Coco avoids confusion with CC, just calling it CC, because yeah, crowd... I was about to say control crowd. Yeah, that's right. Also, why am I jamming on that button? Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth look into concentrated company. We'll be calling it Coco moving forward quite a lot, as to shorten it, because yeah, saying concentrated company over and over is mostly just a tongue twister at some point. We are doing so as well to avoid just calling it CC, because of course CC we do use for crowd control, and yeah, if you say I'm running CC, yeah, which one? So Coco avoids that confusion. As yeah, this gear set that we have gotten here with Year 7 Season 3 is actually very, very powerful. In the right circumstances, it can be an equal to Obliterate Striker, not per se Chest Striker, but Obliterate Striker it can catch up to at least. And because of that, it is actually a really good gear set. In here, we'll be going over its how it works, and then going, of course, over how to obtain it as well. And then we'll go into some numbers. Everything will be timestamped down below, as we'll go through a lot of things. And yeah, we'll even show it actually to stack how it does work, and yeah, actually as well, how to get it quickly stacking to get it going. Let's go get started. What the fuck were those sentences? I mean, those were sentences. I said things, but what the fuck did I just say? You know, we'll try again, and then kind of got rambly because I just wanted to buy time to turn around. Yeah, no, I was gonna rambly to say. Let's try again, and worst case, if I kind of fail here, we just use that one. It's fine. But I definitely feel kind of tired and like not completely not rambly. But yeah. Yeah, let's actually, I want kind of a little bit of the chopper there. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth look into concentrated company, which will be which will be inebriated by it's 17% alcohol cocoa. Yeah. Let's recoup ourselves. Abbreviating. It's a word. It's one word, multiple syllables, way too many syllables. I could just say shortening, actually. Let's maybe do that. Yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to give an in-depth look into Concentrated Company, which we'll be abbreviating to COCO, just to make it a lot shorter. Trying to say Concentrated Company over and over again at some point just becomes a tongue twister. And we'll be going with COCO just to set it apart from CC, because we could shorten it to that as well. But if you just say, I'm going CC, do you mean crowd control or do you mean Concentrated Company? And this new gear set for Year 7 Season 3 is actually pretty potent. As it came into the PTS, it was a little bit underwhelming, and they made it a lot better. And that definitely worked out, as I'll already not bury the lead and say that it can actually be competitive against a blitz rate striker at full stacks. And that is not something a lot of gear sets can say. Now, its stacking mechanic is pretty unique, and we'll go over that, and even showing some gameplay, how you can actually stack it up really quick, but mostly in group settings. And that'll be the thing of this gear set. It is actually pretty strong, but mostly orientated towards group play. We'll go over a lot of calculations for it as well, and everything will be timestamped down below so you can jump around. Let's go, get started. That one's like 1,000 times better, so definitely that one. Okay. So we have done that. That leads into, wait, let me actually make sure. So I'm going to just finagle this and just put a 0 here extra, just so it goes to the start. So that. Okay, what was the next one? Oh yeah, the look. Do we have somewhere where, although we need to... does this character have anything where it's kind of showing the gear set quite well? Yeah, you know what? Let's just go to this, and then we just take a tank top or something. Okay. Yeah, like that. Yeah, what was the controls for? Oh yeah, that's not, yeah, so that's true here. What was it? No. Oh, V rotate. So we did through that. So better floodlight here. And it's also the rain. Maybe we just go to the range. The other piece is also set in the range anyway. Let's just go to the range. Yeah, let me catch up here for a second. Okay, name my world. It's Christmas. Christmas is back. Christmas is back on the menu, boy. No, that's good. It of course doesn't remember the what we're on here. So yeah, so like this, yeah. If I hit V now, no. What? How not? Oh, I need to be in this. Actually, yeah, we can just be here actually. So wait, is this an RNG chest? It is, right? Everything because yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, wait, let me get you here. I need to wake into the Pact Manual mission on Master. You need to do it on some difficulty below Master first. I just finished on the way. Well, let me start. Oh, okay. The next sentence answer that. Try fast traveling away and back and seeing if that fixes it. Sometimes the world goes wonky. And did you do the pact specifically? Because yeah, it needs to be the pact one. You can't do like normal Potomac or something like that. It's not invaded this week. But just to be checking for that as well. And assume. Either way, just to make sure. These days, yeah. Yeah. Don't worry, we're already setting up for like 2036 2036 New Year's already. Because can't start too early. Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of good masks with Krampuses. Also I still love some of the like Houndsman one as well. The hoods thing that they've done is actually pretty cool. I know Babyface doesn't have any like it's just freaky. It's just the Christmas background and then yeah just having white Krampus and why not have Babyface white Krampus there just because I think it looks cool. But here we're gonna discuss like the look of the gear set or the gear set and which is just for 2 seconds because it doesn't have a unique look at all. Actually, I'm more highlighting it because it doesn't have it and just go like, please do, because yeah, the most egregious part is that's how you spell Coco in like Mandarin, right? Actually, or something like that. Somebody who can, or is it kanji? Maybe is it Chinese? Is it not Chinese but Japanese? Oh, I don't have the Coco chest on, of course. I'm like, wait, wasn't Hanayu, because that looks like a Hanayu chest, and Hanayu was unit alloys, wasn't it? Oh yeah, dumbass, you're wearing an equalizer. It's an RK chest, right? Yeah. Oh no, it's a China. This is the exact same one, right? Yeah. Is there a Richter version that just uses the exact same thing? Or is this just a mishmash of different stuff? It's not the exact one because the vest opens a little more. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let's put this in. And then very brief, well, that was way too early to set in. And then very briefly to talk about the looks of the gear set here. They have been reusing some parts of other brands and gear sets in recent ways. Because for instance, with Tipping Scales, at least we had a unique backpack, but the rest of it was all items that we already had. And the same is true as well actually here, because for instance, if we just turn it around and look at this backpack over here, now some might say that's maybe, you know, kanji or I don't know, Mandarin or some language, but I'm pretty sure that on the other hand, I might say that might be RNK. I think that might be an RNK backpack that we see there. And yeah, that is true actually for all of the pieces, because even here, haha, I have you fooled. I'm not even, actually, that isn't the model for the chest here. As we can see, it is transmogged. And yeah, it is transmogged to actually several chests that exist here, but the exact copy of it is as we scroll down. When we equip this and we can toggle the preview on and off and see the differences, which differences? There are none. They've been reusing some of these. Now, at least on the chest and some of the other pieces, there isn't a big-ass RNK logo giving away exactly what it is. This is, for instance, an Alp chest, at least. I understand, yeah, they're kind of busy and such, but I'm kind of sad that we're not getting unique and new looks to transmog other things with, or to just have a unique look to this. But of course, with the transmog system itself, we can, of course, alter it as we wish. But yeah, I was hoping for something a little bit more. That one's fine. That one's fine. Very briefly to talk, it is transmogged to even... I just wanted to just hit on that, just... Hey, give us looks. We want the looks. Gotta give us the looks. Yeah. I need a quick bio. Let me catch you on chat for a second, and then I'll take a bio, and then we'll come back and so yeah, that's the everything else parts, right? Where's my notes thing? Yeah. So we now go into calculations. Yeah. Let me get up here. I need to vent this. No, yeah. Well, no, it hasn't been gear mods on it at all. If it was, we would have used it. But yeah, no, we haven't had gear mods on the Krampus zone. Like, it's been like next to it for one time, and then there was like skill mods next to it one time as well. Yeah, I mean, there's you know, it's one zone out of many. That's also why, yeah, for instance, the Bounty Cheese zone, I always check like, hey, is it something worthwhile? Because yeah, once a blue moon, quite literally once a blue moon. Yeah, I just generally don't have the colorblind mode on. It kind of eats into the color vibrancy. Cribbin Blues, yeah. I mean, yeah, because of that, just to show the transmog. Yeah, let me take a quick bio break. I'll be right back, and then we jump into the calculation side of the recording. I'll be right back. Yeah, let's put this away. Don't need that controller anymore. Let's go and be over here. Let's give this an intro and then so wait, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, one is plus size. Yeah. Yeah, let's give this an intro and then we go from there. Actually, do I want to flip these two? Not really, right? Nah. Not that. Yeah, we're just going the order as is. So, yeah. And from there, let's go towards the calculation side of things. For that, of course, as always, prepared a spreadsheet. It'll be linked down below as it is openly available. It is. Yeah, let's come at it from somewhere else. And from there, let's move it on to the calculation side of things. As we'll go to this spreadsheet that I've, of course, prepared for this. We have 5 multi-calculators on here, and one is even a little bit of a is a glutton and has grown quite a bit. And we'll be going over several things here. First, we'll be looking at if vigilance makes sense in here, or if the backpack is good enough to run. Then we'll be looking at it while stacking and how much does it gain per stack or over its stacking potential. And also put it up against Striker already there, especially Obliterate Striker, to kind of see how they kind of match up against each other. We'll look at some of the gear choices we can make with this gear set. And then also go into some of the weapon choices we can make, because as we discussed earlier, this is basically agnostic about its weapon types. We can go with anything. Here I've made the selection of ARs, LMGs, SMGs, and rifles to kind of compare and contrast between them. And lastly, we'll look at one weapon that I feel is really good with this gear set, especially once it is stacked up, and that is the Pestilence. This whole spreadsheet will be linked down below, so you can go and view it for yourself and even copy it from there if you want to alter things or just play around with it. As always, these multi-calculators are of my design, and they are set up where we have input down here and we have output up here in the form of a damage per mag, a burst DPS, and a sustained DPS. And we'll be especially using percentages to compare between them. Generally, whatever is the 100% in the top slot is what we're comparing against. And these are then set up to especially quickly compare up to 10 builds, each row effectively being a build, and they are named over there. Let's go and start with this first one. And that's just the kind of set the stage for that. And also we'll kind of go over what we're going to discuss, but that always makes it a little... I mean, yeah, we've spread our sheets all over this. There's some sheets here, there's some sheets here. Kind of messed up the... I forgot, like, the weapon part of it. Yeah. So wait, so yeah, we have Coco. I should go and get... Do we even have one in the stash? No. Should keep another unit alloys backpack in the stash. How bad we can explain it. And then, yeah, so this is 2-piece unit. So this is glass plus backpack, sacrifice plus gift. Glass, oh, so this, oh, Coco backpack. Let's make that clear here. Also, actually, I need to then remove this as well, which altered this. Should just be 35, because otherwise, I realize now when I change this, otherwise, these need to not change. Oh, actually, yeah, we don't, we can't, we actually don't have that here then. Let's just do that. Yeah, we just have the cores to play around with. Let me catch up here. Just I think you might be unfamiliar with what I do over here, Vanitas, maybe. But yeah, we do a lot of also, yeah, live, like recording on the stream as we go over some, for instance, the YouTube videos that I make, they just exist here. Going just play, yeah, you might not like my content. But also, in general, just as life advice, don't tell people what to do, because they might not be as polite as I'm being. Yeah, let's go through this, yeah. Just parsing kind of what we have here, because it's been like 2 weeks since I've had this made. And in this very first one, we'll look at Coco and what it can do at 0 and 35 stacks here starting out. We'll be looking at it first without actually looking at it with, for instance, overdogs or exotics in here. Here we're looking with a Lexington as our main weapon, as its stats are here. And then actually taking a Coco with a 2-piece unit. So with either, well, always the equalizer. And then either taking, for instance, one of the slots that isn't the backpack, and that is the one up here, or taking the backpack slot, so having an equalizer plus a unit in the backpack slot with vigilance. Because that backpack, of course, we need to kind of know, is it worth it? In the same way that with, for instance, with Striker or with other gear sets, we need to know what talents are worth taking and not. So for instance, on the chest, of course, that chest talent taking the stacking potential from 4 to 8, the potential amount of stacks, that's really not going to ever be really worth it versus a damage talent. At least in my opinion, that's never going to be worth it. We can always stack up fast enough. That might make a difference there, but even then, I would rather have the extra damage once we're at full stacks over that. So we won't consider the chest of the gear set at all. What we will consider is the backpack, especially. So here, the 100% point is, first of all, the Coco fully stacked, and then yeah, we're taking an equalizer, and then a second piece of unit, and then the backpack of the gear set. If we take that as our 100% point, what we see is actually, if we compare that to no stacks, we're basically doubling our damage. So when we are at 0 stacks, we have half of the damage as we do when we're all the way at max stacks. And that can be, yeah, that is actually an important point to know. So you'll be half as weak when starting out. And it does feel that way. It does feel pretty weak starting out, in the same way that, for instance, yeah, an unstacked Striker or an unstacked Heartbreaker definitely feels quite weak, or when you run out of stacks on Umbra by staying out too long. Now, if we take it then against the Vigilance, we see that the Vigilance is actually ahead. Now, especially what Vigilance gets us, and same is true actually in Strikers, is that, yeah, there as well, it is a slight difference in favor of Vigilance, and we've looked at this, especially in the past as well, with Strikers, with the Strikers talent video. But this, to me, is still not per se worth it. And then later on, we'll see some of the options that are made possible by taking the backpack, of course, because that opens up exotics for us. Here, though, that Vigilance should be tempered by knowing that here I have the toggle to toggle Vigilance on and off. when vigilance is active, if we are at full stacks, yeah, it is about 2% ahead. When we lose vigilance, it's about 15% behind. That over under for vigilance is very important. Just going like, oh, it's 2% more, so we should just go vigilance? No, because vigilance can be lost. Same is true for instance, if we even consider unstoppable force. Unstoppable force, you need 5 kills to get it up there. And then you might lose it as well, or you don't start at that point. So it is actually important to consider the metrics of the item that we're looking at. And just going like vigilance is more, as I've seen as well kind of pop up that discussion around strikers again. Oh, strikers with a vigilance backpack is 1% more. Yeah, in the same way, it's almost 15% behind when we lose that vigilance. And that vigilance can, of course, be lost in a lot of ways if we get hit and such. There's also a lot of ways of saving it. Bonus armor can help, shields can help, but you will still lose it here and there, and it needs to be part of that discussion. In current times, though, yeah, there's another discussion, and we'll have that later on with the exotic gear, especially with the backpack, because we don't want to be using our chest, the gear set chest. That leaves, effectively, if we take the backpack, we can take things like Overdogs, we can take things like Tinkerer, or Coyote, or Centurion, all very powerful pieces. And that's why, generally, I'm just going to be running it with the backpack, because this little gain of vigilance, especially against the exotics, to me doesn't make sense. I'll take the backpack to be able to take Overdogs, to be able to take things like Tinkerer, Coyote, and other things. And overall, though, we should actually acknowledge, though, that vigilance, especially at the start, really helps out. Instead of being at 50%, we're at 60%. So you do feel a little bit stronger starting out. But of course, as well, if you lose the vigilance at the start, you also drop down again. Then we have several build styles that we could consider as well, especially if we aren't going obliterate. So for instance, here what we have is with the Coco backpack still, but 2-piece unit, but then with glass. Now, of course, in this case, actually, there is a case to be made still for glass, but not just directly from the damage. Because, of course, obliterate now with perfect is 24%. Glass, the normal version that we would get here, is 25%. So we're not gaining that much. We're gaining 1% effectively. Because while the glass is a separate multiplier here, without vigilance in there, the 24% of the obliterate is at full strength. So what we have is a gain of 1%, and that doesn't seem worth it. But the thing is, of course, obliterate needs to stack. Glass is active from the first shot, but then glass also has its downside that you, when you take hits, you feel it a lot more with a 50% incoming damage with just a normal. But then, for instance, with the sacrifice and the gift, and this is especially the one I kind of want to look at, is 2-piece unit. If we want to go glass, and especially glass vigilance, maybe even, is a 2-piece, going with a 2-piece unit, one of them being glass, one of them being Vigi, because of course the brand bonuses of those are very strong, or is the sacrifice and the gift still the way to go? Overall, I would lean towards going with unit. If you want to go that route, I would go with a 2-piece unit. The bonuses we get there, the 5% rate of fire, that here is basically uncontested. There is nothing else, unlike with Striker, which already has its own 15%. So we're getting already a little bit of diminishing returns on that rate of fire. Here, that 5% is basically full. You do lose, of course, a little bit on the sustain end versus there, because we can see that the sustain of these two are basically the same. The burst is a little bit ahead on that unit, 2-piece unit, though. That 2-piece unit would only be really for ARs. So there's still a case to be made going sacrifice plus gift if you want to go rifles, if you're going to go SMGs, if you want to go LMGs or some such. But again, I would actually lean, for instance, even if you want to go sacrifice, going sacrifice here, for instance, sacrifice plus Coyote, just to have that in here. That is as well kind of in that same ballpark, but we are actually, while we are losing versus the vigilances, we are gaining over, for instance, just that 2-piece unit with glass going sacrifice plus Coyote. That's actually 2 bigger bonuses overall, even though the sacrifice overall is smaller, but the Coyote makes up a little bit for it. And yeah, we do lose against the vigilances just on full output, but of course those vigilances can also lose that vigilance, where here when we're going sacrifice plus Coyote, the backpack is of course there. That's the only way we can make that work. So it is important to kind of consider it in that way. Another small thing that we'll touch on here real quick is, of course, how many red cores we have kind of matters for Coco. Now here, especially because of the bonuses that we get from two-piece units feeding into specific weapon damage, that's in the same pool as the cores, as just all weapon damage. So when we take this actually to 0%, we see that, for instance, here, or at 0 cores, so if we were to make an all blue, which doesn't make too much sense with sacrifice here, for instance. But if we're making, for instance, different choices or going with different weapon types, that weapon damage would rather have it be through, for instance, bigger talents, as they gain quite a bit over them. We can see actually that now that that unit, kind of loses a little bit of its lead versus, for instance, a sacrifice plus coyote that it had. And as of course, this set feeds a lot into weapon damage. We can see that, for instance, here, the base amounts here are already pretty high with just with even 0 red cores, but then the talent being at full, we have 195, for instance. And of course, at 6 red, we're reaching into close to the 300s even. And that's the power of this. It feeds a lot into weapon damage and feeds a decent amount into crit damage then as well. That's a lot of tagging. 9 minutes. That's about right for that spreadsheet. Should have laid out that last section a little bit differently. It kind of feels disjointed, but it is also disjointed. There's no good way of around that. Talents and stuff we'll look at when we get to weapons, even though this has this part. I'm not per se using this part here. This one should be decently fast at least. Let me catch up on chat actually. I need to catch him. If you enjoy that kind of thing indeed. Google Sheets stream. I should actually see if there's a Google Sheets category. We should totally sit in that category once or something. Sometimes so. Actually, I need to do some of the sets. Likely tomorrow. I'd already planned this, but tomorrow or Sunday. Tomorrow and Sunday likely I'll do it. Because I kind of forgot totally about that I still have 2 sets to do. Well, the occasional divisioning is very much, very occasional. It's, That's really just the tier 3 content. I mostly just play Division on my OnlyFans is actually the... right, like, I'm not going to give it a for free here. The divisioning, actually playing the game goes on OnlyFans. Or Only Tips. Well, let's go here. And here we're pulling up to the second one where I've grabbed one that we actually already saw in the PTS. So I use this one to kind of showcase in the PTS video in that spreadsheet. And when we discussed the Concentrated Company, to kind of look at how it went up in damage as it goes through its stacks. Now, of course, they did change from the PTS to the main game. In the PTS, it was just that weapon damage component with the same numbers. So it was 3% for normal stacking without the backpack, with the backpack 5 weapon damage per stack. And then they added actually that 2% crit damage, and that does make quite a difference. They also changed actually that it is from base, from 3 marks to 4 marks. That helps a little bit as well. But those changes actually do make it so that this lines up a little bit differently, because also at the bottom here we have a Striker's Battle Gear SB standing in for Striker's Battle Gear. With Overdogs, both of these setups are with Overdogs active, so they effectively are the same build as if we go into the game for a second. The layout of this, just having an Equalizer chest, an Overdogs, and then 4 pieces of the gear set. And of course, we can have the exact same layout with Striker as well, with the exact same weapon. For instance, in this case, the Lexington. Because of that, we can actually compare them kind of directly against each other in kind of similar ways. First of all, though, looking at Concentrated Company, as we go up in the stacks, it isn't actually completely linear in the gain that it has percentage-wise. And that is down to its diminishing returns on weapon damage and crit damage. The more we push up a stat, the less actual returns we get out of it. And that is true. And here, though, we're not pushing, for instance, with tipping scales, we're pushing it way higher into the 400s, close to the 500s. Here we are pushing it pretty high, especially on a red build. Well, we'll be reaching 285. And then on top of that, another 30 specific weapon damage and a 30 grading. So we are reaching into the 300s in that pool. And that is actually, yeah, quite high. We are seeing heavy diminishing returns, but also we're getting a decent amount of it. We are getting 105 just from without the backpack. Here with the backpack, we're actually getting 175 once we reach those full stacks. Now, of note, what we want to look at here especially is, yeah, we are kind of doubling our damage when we're at full stacks. And that's also how it feels again. When we're starting, it feels pretty weak. As we saw in that little section in DUA earlier, you can get stacking very quickly, very, very quickly. Now, it was one of the better situations for it. A forward fight, everything spawning in front of us, 4 allies with us. Kind of not a dream situation, but a situation that will happen often enough, but one of the better situations for it. So we reached that 35 stacks really quickly, almost as quickly, for instance, as a striker, but then, of course, we retain them much better. If we actually look on the right side here, this is actually taking as the 100% point the Coco at 35 stacks. And then, of course, we have the strikers down here with as well at 0 stacks and at 100 stacks. We can see that at 0 stacks, actually, strikers is a little bit ahead, and that's just because of better bonuses. 15 weapon damage or 10 weapon damage versus 15 rate of fire. The 15 rate of fire is going to beat that out. And we see that here as well. At full stacks, what we can say is that if we compare the 100 or the 100 stacked striker here versus the Coco at full stacks, they are quite close to each other. Striker is ahead by about 3%, 3.45%, which is a decent chunk still. That is, you will feel the difference between them. But of course, the retention that Coco has is pretty good. Going from one room to another, Coco might start at 20 stacks. The striker might be all the way back down to close to 0. Because of that, the consistency of Coco is actually pretty good. But also one of the things is that one of the bigger talents that we have access to is especially Killer. Now we are already with Concentrated Company feeding into that crit damage pool through its talent. Because of that, its crit damage is of course way higher than the striker. We'll see that in return as well when we trigger Killer here, as we discussed there, it was about 3.45% ahead at full stacks. When we have Killer active and then we compare again, because now we fed even more into that crit pool, and because Coco is feeding into that, it's getting less returns from that. It is diminishing its returns a little bit more. And we see that the striker gained. The striker went now to 6.5% being ahead. And that is still, though, pretty close, actually. This is one of the better gear sets. And definitely, yeah, tipping scales as we got last season and Coco as we're getting this season, both are pretty competently put together gear sets. I'm very happy to have some, basically competition for just obliterate striker. We should be clear though, obliterate striker, because yeah, let's take the talent, let's take the Killer off again. Streamline actually will also be very much in favor, actually to discuss that, very much in favor in striker. We're feeding a lot more than crit damage, even so than into weapon damage. Streamline is going to be worse off here as well. But actually on measured end of things, because we're feeding into weapon damage and actually not as much into rate of fire, when we go to measured, what we have is actually that Coco actually catches up a little bit. Coco is a little bit better with measured overall than, or gains more from measured than striker does, but on Killer and on Streamline, yeah, it definitely goes to the striker end. Ranger, one of the other talents that we pick a lot, is a separate multiplier and would be basically the same on both of them. If we take the weapon talent off now, I have a toggle here to, instead of this being an equalizer striker, it's becoming an chest striker. So we just put that, we put it to an unit piece alongside of it. Effectively, instead of having the equalizer, we take the brand bonus to another slot and then keep the overdogs. When we go to that, and this is always the thing, of course, when we really discuss about strikers being super powerful and kind of OP almost, yeah, it is chest striker especially. Now, chest striker does need to stack to 200 to get that 180 that we have here from its stacks. And that does mean that it is situational. You can't really get to 200 stacks everywhere. That's also why the general meta is not chest striker. The general meta is obliterate striker, because we can get to 100 stacks just shooting our AR. The chest striker for certain situations, though, especially for instance, incursion, is really the poster child for this. We have 2 boss fights where we can stack up with an ACS pretty consistently, and for instance, with Wright, while he's just, you know, going through the wall as he does, which is basically a cutscene almost. You can just stack up on him, even though he's immune. You can just ACS him in the face and get close to or at 200 stacks and start the fight really powerfully. Because yeah, chest striker is in its own stratosphere. 20% ahead here. And yeah, it is about 19% ahead of obliterate striker. And that is then truly the final boss. Here, yeah, Coco doesn't reach those levels. But of course, it would also be actually OP if Coco did. Coco being able to actually get up in stacks real quick and keep at that point is really its strength. And there is nothing wrong, honestly, with it, yeah, numbers-wise here. This is also the reason why I think this is one of the better additions that we have seen in a while. Yeah. Again, through there, 8 minutes. A little bit longer than I wanted there, but we went pretty in depth. Yeah. Let me get you up here for a second. As for those maybe coming in or catching up, I'm recording for a YouTube video. That's fun. So we're going through those numbers and stuff. In between, I'll be jumping in chat and kind of catching up and stuff. The shooting should place and Coco build and all this else. In what way it doesn't apply? Just setting it up differently, because I would also say like that would be the way to kind of set it up, loadout ways. And hey there, Rob. And yeah, my Friday's pretty good. As I already got to stream in the afternoon, and yeah, we're jumping on again here as well to play around even more, or well, play. But yeah, getting to record a Coco video finally. Definitely wanted to get this one in the bag at some point. And then we can go back to recording the character run-throughs and yeah, kind of even be a little bit ahead. Because this one I'll put up tomorrow, and then if we kind of do the characters ones, we can go over differently. But yeah, here we're just gonna look at red, but also I have several yellow ones. I decided against putting them in here to discuss, because this is already long. But actually, yeah, with the build showcase of Coco, I'm gonna definitely, yeah, because I have a combat medic, I have a Turtro hybrid with it as well. And we're gonna compare those against other, like the striker one and the negotiator one for Turtron hybrid and stuff. But yeah, here we're gonna keep it mostly to red. Oh yeah, and yeah, Coco makes for a good one of those. Just yeah, glass chest, Memento backpack. That's the route I went. It's in the build collection already. So we have Odar's hoodie, So this is that. And yeah, wait, how did this work again? This is on this end. And this is just for Tinker, right? Yeah. And Tinker always has measured on. Yeah, let's go through this. And then we'll be over halfway there. Although, well, actually, no. When we do this one, we'll be halfway there because this next one is a chonky one. That's a chonker. Chonk. Well, hopefully enjoying things still. Yeah, for me it's the other way around. I've just been actually pretty low on work and stuff. So although I'll pick up next week, that's also why I kind of want to get ahead of myself, and kind of get a bunch of videos ready. And also, yeah, once this Coco one is done, we've done all the end-up looks for kind of this season. So, but yeah, there's a bunch of video ideas I want to do. Yeah, definitely as well. A toolbox again, pretty shortly. Yeah. Nah, in here we're not gonna go in that direction too much. Because yeah, it's that'll come with the build showcase. Also, just to save something for over there to discuss. Yeah. Oh wait, so this is with salvo, and then we have stacking here. And oh, okay, I should put that back. And now let's go to this third one where we're mostly looking at exotic gear, but also some normal gear as well. Also looking at what choices can we make that would apply well here. Now, here we have it with a set of exotics, first starting off Overdogs, Coyotes, Tinkerer, and then also Exodus and Nimble, kind of stand-ins for kind of utility talents, because they don't add anything to the damage end of things, of course, but they are somewhat useful, and you could definitely go with them. Centurion in its front end and its back end, and then also looking at a two-piece equalizer, if we just don't want to go with an exotic, for instance, 2 pieces of equalizer, or 2 pieces of unit, with it being 1 equalizer and then unit, for instance here, and then being equalizer plus salvo on the second one. Now, first of all, we need to discuss Overdogs. Overdogs is the 100% point here. Overdogs is one of my go-tos, and actually the way that I'm kind of presenting the build. Although we have 2 versions in the build collection now. I'm presenting one with Overdogs, one with Tinkerer. Overdogs for just general use is a really powerful exotic, and that's been our go-to for a lot of just general play nowadays. Because, as we can see, it is way ahead of everything else at 100% uptime here. Now, of course, it doesn't have 100% uptime. It has a tier listing, which generally in play, I don't really pay too much attention to. I'm not going to go out of my way to, attack like, oh, that guy will be bonus, that guy won't. So I'll attack this one first. Sometimes I do, sometimes I try, but most of the time I just shoot whatever is the most obvious target to shoot and is available to me. The thing is, though, that even with, if we reduce the uptime of Overdogs, which we can do here is at 100%, even if we reduce this to, let's say, 50%, which in general play, I would actually say, depending on the faction that you're fighting against, outcasts and such, it might be as high as 70%, because they have a lot of enemy types that are actually in the lowest tier, because they even have Scorchers, which is in that lowest tier. Generally, for fighting, for instance, public executions with them, only the tanks, and then also the RC ladies, the drone operator, or well, no, controllers. Only those would be kings that are not the lowest tier. So most of them you would be higher, but then if you're fighting Black Dust, especially for instance in Legendary, this can drop to maybe even 40%, 30%, maybe even, and kind of depends there. But even if we just for, I didn't click in the game enough. The game kicked me out. That's also good. I was kind of stumbling there. And mostly because I kind of lost my train of thought a little bit. Yeah, let's go back in. Also, let's go back to Babyface Grumpus. Why am I still wearing this other thing? I should have done that for that other one as well. Let's get back to the range.
Safe area entered.
Let me be your one-stop shop.
No, I won't. I
Priority
refuse.
objective available.
Anna, shut up. Shut up available, Anna. Okay, let's try it again. Let's put this back to 100. I could try to cut it in here, but you know what? Well, I remember. Yeah, indeed, Anna is the worst. I'm just gonna grab this open world with exotic item. We'll eventually do something in Constitution Hall and be surprised when we get a exotic item out of it. Yeah, let's go again. And going through the third multi-calculator, we have gear. Here we're looking especially at exotic gear and even some of high-end choices we can make here. We'll have Overdogs, we'll have Coyote in 2 ranges, we'll have the Tinkerer, which I'll have measured as its first talent. So alongside of that, we can activate some other talent alongside of it. We'll also have Exodus and Nimble. They'll be as always be the stand-ins kind of for having utility-based exotics. They don't add anything to the damage end of things, of course, but still very useful exotics to have. And also, they can also be seen as the 0 point for Overdogs, because if one Overdogs is inactive, it basically has the same damage as these, of course. But then these would have at least their traits still available. Then we have also Centurion in its front end and in its back end, and then also 2 pieces of unit, here with either Equalizer and a unit, or Equalizer plus a salvo piece, as if we don't want to go exotics, or how much do the exotics actually compete against this, and how much higher are they, or are they even? Now, first thing we need to discuss is Overdogs, as always, because the main tool that I use nowadays as an exotic is Overdogs. Overdogs, when it is active, it is really, really strong. We can see that this effectively, with it being active as its numbers, so 100% uptime, beats everything. But of course, it doesn't reach 100% uptime. It has its talent where we need to shoot certain enemies, the tier listing that it has. Overall, though, that tier listing, because it includes some of the most common enemy types that we see in that lowest tier, because every assault, grenadier, rusher, and sniper is always part of that last tier, and there are a lot of them around, especially when we're just doing activities and such. But it does depend what kind of content you are doing. For instance, kind of analyzing some content, especially against Outcast, it can be exceptionally high, up into the 70% and such. If you're just doing, for instance, public executions against Outcast, really only the tank and then the controller, so the lawnmower ladies, they're the only 2 that are in higher tiers. Everything else, because also Scorchers are in that lowest tier, the Grenadiers, the Assaults, all of those are in that lowest tier. So except for those 2, everything else is bonus. You could leave them for last. In most gameplay, I don't really pay attention to it in play. I'll just shoot at the most important thing, and overall, I'll be ahead of other choices. But then in for instance, with this exotic in Legendary, where we have Warhounds and such, or generally against Black Tusk, it might drop quite a bit lower. And then, yeah, it can be not the choice. Same is true, for instance, as the kind of example that I always use. Looking at legendaries, and especially their boss fights, DUA, it'll be the last enemy alive, that boss. It will be active against them. It'll be the best choice overall to take Overdogs. If we then think about Roosevelt and its legendary boss fight, there is True Marauders. They are the higher tiers. Because of that, you would have to kill everything else to be bonus against them. They are the most important targets. We go with something else there. So usually what I have is just backup options to the Overdogs, and that is actually what this, of course, is kind of. Now, what we can do, though, is, for instance, lower the uptime on Overdogs, and that is what we have here. So if we change the uptime and make the updog 50, let's say, then we can see what is up, Doug. Yeah, even at 50%, it is actually quite a bit ahead of most other choices. So for instance, here as well, we haven't added the second talent to the Tinkerer, that is of note. But against, for instance, Coyote and such, one of our, the thing that we used to go with always in the past, having at least a Coyote or two in the team. Now, of course, there's still the group component to it, but even at 50%, it is quite a bit ahead of the Coyote in the right range in its optimal kind of setup. So because of that, Overdogs is generally the go-to for me. I'll pick that unless it doesn't work out for an important fight like, the Marauders in Roosevelt, some of the raid fights, some of the incursion fights. It just doesn't work out there. So you always want to have a backup option. Of note as well, as we kind of discussed in most of our recent build collection run-throughs, I have it saved. For instance, same for the Striker there, actually, as we said there. I have it actually saved as 5 pieces, and I would recommend actually setting it up in this way as well. With these 5 pieces, now of course I don't ever want to run it this way, but I can load this and then go, I want Overdogs. I'll put in Overdogs. And if the Overdogs doesn't work, I can load it again even, or just replace a piece, but then Tinkerer can go in. And I've set up the crit chances and crit damages to align that even when I put in the Tinkerer, it actually works out. I can put in a Coyote, I can put in a Centurion, and I've even set it up that I can put in a Memento, even though I don't end up running it that way that much. So it is actually kind of recommended to save it with these 5 pieces, because we want to give ourselves the options, and overall though, we want it, quite often to be that Overdogs. But for the places that doesn't work out, if we go back here, our Coyote, is a little bit behind. And then especially what the thing is with the Coyote, here we've set it up, we've given up a little bit of our crit chance, of course, to make a gap for that 15 to 25 meters, where we get 10 crit chance, 10 crit damage to kind of come in and fill us up. Because our crit chance will be at 50 now, because we've lowered it. With the other ones, we are set at 60. Here we made a gap, trying to, get the most, squeeze the most out of that Coyote at the mid-range. Even then, we don't reach, for instance, the Overdogs at 50% uptime, but also the Coyote, you can be at the wrong range. And usually the short, being in the short or being at the long, especially with being set up at 50 crit chance, the results are effectively the same. Because, we would get 25 crit damage at the short range, but our crit chance, crit damage is now a little bit out of balance. Same would be true if we're at the long range. We're only getting 25 crit chance there. We're wasting 15 of it effectively. And because of that, it doesn't work out per se there either. It's not that we completely lose all of our damage, but it is better in the range that we kind of set it up for. And that's the thing with the Coyote, because you can be in the wrong range and then lose a few percentage points, we can see that in the wrong range, it's even at that 50% uptime on the Overdogs, it is even 10% about behind. And that is a pretty big gap. Then we come here to the Tinkerer with 50% uptime on the Overdogs as a comparison point to it. What we need to bring in is talents at that point. Now, talents will, of course, apply to different exotics kind of differently, because the Coyote feeds into crit damage already as well, so Killer is going to be a little bit smaller there. With the Tinkerer, we basically, just for purposes of making the spreadsheet not complete hell, it always has measured on, and then we can bring in different talent in. This first column on the left is actually for all of the other builds, and then the right column is if we want what we add to the Tinkerer side. So the measured is always on there. Let's actually toggle Killer on for both of them, because to compare with Tinkerer on, we kind of need that to be on. So if we have Killer plus measured versus Overdogs at 50% uptime, the Tinkerer kind of starts catching up to it. If we put that, if we put the Updog back to the 100, then of course it is again then nowhere near. So when the Overdogs is active, nothing really catches up to it. But of course, the consistency of that Tinkerer with Killer, we can have a really high uptime on Killer with that measured alongside of it. We aren't even going with Streamline there, but also Streamline here is actually not as big anymore. Because we're feeding a lot into the weapon damage here with the full red setup, it doesn't actually extract so much from it. And we can see that here as well. So actually I have it on the side, how much we gain from the talent here. Now this doesn't include for the Tinkerer, it doesn't include that measure that it has. So this is only the gain from Killer. We can see that that is around the 19% mark for most of these. And yeah, we see as well that actually with the Coyote, it is the least of all of them because yeah, that one is feeding into crit as well. So we want to go with different multipliers. But then when usually we talk about Streamline, it's around the 16% point, depending on build. And then yeah, usually with full red, grading and such, it is around that 16% mark. Here we see Streamline is definitely not worth it at all here, as we have it here, because yeah, the although actually that talent gain there is wrong, and I know why actually, but the 9% that we gain from that is less than measured, so we would just go with measured. If we take, for instance, yeah. Just to kind of have that on some of these weapons with the measured up, what we have is with most weapons or with most of these setups, we have around the 12% mark for measured, which is a little bit higher than measured usually is because we're feeding into weapon damage and there is no rate of fire here if we're comparing it kind of to Striker. Going back to that killer there for both of them, I'm just going to quickly... fuck. Yeah, no. Yeah. Because yeah, from the start, this will have been off. How did I not spot that? Because yeah, we had the thingy set to. Because I'm thinking of can I cut one in, but we can't. So did we do a redo? That was already 9 minutes. But yeah, we need to do a redo because actually, yeah, that wasn't at 100% at all. Most of it. Let me catch up here. For the remainder of events, I mean, I'll farm up some bounties to just have for in the future. Especially want to stack up a few hard ones here and there, but also, yeah, we'll see. It's more. The thing is also, I just need like a bounty because I can always character swap and like. But I wouldn't mind most of my characters ending up with like at least like 3 heroics and 3 hearts. But then I can always just character swap in my case if later on we want to use them. Yeah, we need to redo it because that would have always been there. So yeah, I had this set to 50% and we had then fixed this up, but I want this of course against 100%. Yeah, fucking. Let's redo. That felt good anyway. Bounties after the event targeted. They drop a lot of loot actually, so. And they're one of the, in my case, I'm gonna, especially the hard ones, I'm gonna try to get a few. And with good targeted there, it can be a good source of purple loot, which that is not a common thing for people to want, but in my case, I want that quite a lot. They're one of the better places for purple loot, but also in general, they can be actually good farming or loot kind of thing. As actually, you do get more out of it than, for instance, Can't Damper, you know, if you do it fast enough. Because all of them are named and guaranteed targeted. And also just to have, for instance, with the Houndsman's ones and stuff as well, I just have some on every character just because it's something that existed at some point. Might as well have a few. Yeah, let's do that again. The dog subdermal loot after has been amended. Yeah, but here we've already have confirmation that they will. Because the event ended, of course. The event kind of sputtered a little bit. They fixed it now. But yeah, the loot pool on the dogs got disabled. The only thing those bounties are still good for is you can actually complete them and get an event cache. And that event cache still does contain quick step, although the 0% ones. So you can use them for that. And yeah, it's you can use them even without actually using up the bounty because you can like you started on one character, that person swaps character, the character isn't there for the completion, so it never eats the bounty. But you can still complete the bounty and get the event caches. But yeah, these guys dropped loot the last few days when the event was off. So very likely, yeah. Because also they're not special in that kind of way. All they are named underground faction enemies. Kind of. Yeah, that's game. And here we'll come to this third multi-calculator where we'll discuss gear. Here we have a bunch of the exotic choices that we can make, and then also even some high ends. So we'll have Overdogs, Coyote in 2 different ranges, and then here as well set up for the mid-range buff to be effective. And then we also have then the short-range buff there just to see when we're in the wrong range, how much we get out of it. We have Tinkerer set up to be always on with measured here for itself, and then of course a different talent comes in alongside of it. And also Exodus and Nimble stand-ins effectively for utility talents, but then also they are in effect the Overdogs when it is off, because that will be landing on that exact same number. So we can use that for comparison, but then also we'll play around with the uptime on the Overdogs. We also have Centurion in its front end and in its back end, and then going with 2 pieces of unit, basically avoiding going with exotics, going with Equalizer plus unit or going Equalizer plus salvo. What are our choices there? Now, if we start here, what we first have is the Overdogs. That will be our comparison point. Now, with the Overdogs, it is important to understand that it is a really good exotic, mostly because it has, well, when it is on, nothing really comes close. Yeah, everything is quite a bit behind. Even, for instance, the Centurion with the weapon damage and its rate of fire side of things really doesn't catch up. And that one, of course, actually requires a lot of kind of paying attention to it and kind of babying it to get uptime on it to be good, and requires still some swaps. But of course, Overdogs doesn't have a perfect 100% uptime. The uptime on it, though, just analyzing some general gameplay, really does depend on what you're doing. For instance, one of the higher uptimes that we have is fighting Outcast. There, a lot of their enemies, because generally in that last tier, what exists in there is Grenadiers, Assaults, Rushers, and Snipers. And those 4 we see a lot of, with a lot of activities and a lot of missions. There's a lot of them. They will always be bonused against. In the case of the Outcasts, also Scorchers, the flamethrower ladies, they also are in there. And especially if we kind of look at public executions and stuff from that faction or activities, what really isn't in there is basically just their gunners, their tanks, and then the controllers, the RC ladies, the lawnmower ladies. So those enemies aren't in there. Everything else is kind of bonused against. You could actually, if you kind of pay attention to it, maybe get your uptime even higher by focusing more on those kind of enemies. But even if you're not really paying attention to it, something like 50, 60, 70% uptime is not really out of the question. The other side of the coin is, though, that, for instance, against Black Tusk, which have mini tanks and warhounds, and a lot more as well. For instance, while Grenadiers are in that lower tier, drone operators are in one of the higher tiers. And they, of course, the drone ladies from the Black Tusk, they are very common as well. So it does really matter which faction you're fighting, especially because we want to kill, for instance, in a lot of legendaries, we want to kill mini tanks first. They are not bonused right away. But if we take this Overdogs and basically go, what do we think the uptime on it is? What is the updog? What is updog? It is about 50%, let's say, as just a guesstimation, even if we put it at that 50%. So here, effectively, it is a 15% then. And it is still the top pick overall. This is the reason why Overdogs has become one of the go-tos, and it is honestly a little bit overpowered. And for general play, you will get more than enough uptime on it. Even if we drop this a little bit lower and go, for instance, 33%, a third uptime, even then, now some stuff starts catching up with it. And even, we should actually say that the Tinkerer here, we don't have the second talent in there yet, but that measured, for instance, in there already pushes it to catch up. And Centurion, of course, also kind of catches up. But yeah, even with the third uptime, it is pretty potent. If we keep this at a 50%, just for comparison's sake for a few seconds, if we go to the Coyote in the right range, and that is, of course, our stalwart go-to for years, although nowadays I would say definitely surpassed by both Overdogs and Tinkerer. But definitely in a group setting, for instance, I would still want a Coyote around, especially if we're going countdown or raid or some such. Giving that bonus to everybody is definitely worth it. But for instance, here, kind of considering it from a solo perspective, even though, as we discussed, this gear set, we definitely want to use it in group settings. Yeah, the Coyote in the 15 to 25 meter range, here even at the Overdogs being at 50% uptime, it isn't catching up. It is still a little bit over 5.5 or a little bit under 5.5% behind. But that is in the right range. And then the thing with the Coyote is you can be in the wrong ranges for it. If you're in the short range or in the long range, generally if the build isn't perfectly set up for that, you'll kind of lose a little bit. And we see that here. We lose another 4-ish, 5-ish%, a little bit over 5%. If we're in the wrong range, if enemies get close to us and we're dropping that Coyote to be just the 25 crit damage, because of course our crit chance is kind of altered here just for this piece to be at 50%. We're gaining a little bit on the crit damage end. But also, we're feeding into crit damage with the gear set here. That is hurting the Coyote's numbers in comparison to, for instance, a separate multiplier as is the Overdogs. Then if we go to Tinkerer, what we need to do here is actually start bringing in weapon talents. Because what the thing that the Tinkerer does is effectively it brings a weapon talent and brings it to the gear slots, effectively. If we add in Killer, although actually let's discuss Streamline first, because generally here, Streamline doesn't make sense much. What we have, but for that I need to bring back the Overdogs to 100%, as we'll bring this one, as we'll bring that one back over there to be back on 100%. We have the talent gain here on the side. So if we toggle on Killer, and this left row is for everything except the Tinkerer, this right row, which includes that measure that it has always on, that is just, otherwise this spreadsheet becomes a lot more complex. If I want to have measured kind of be like the second talent. So that Tinker always has measured on, but it can have, for instance, yeah, either Killer or Streamline alongside of it. If we toggle it for both to be on, to have Streamline effectively for alongside of the Tinker, but everything else also running Streamline, we can see that Streamline, because we're feeding so much into weapon damage here already, and this is of course also the worst case scenario for it, with that very high, well, we are running it as a full red, 6 red cores, and then high grading, max grading, even 30 grading here. The worst case scenario for it, but yeah, it is pushing it at to be even below 10% here. And that is, I would say, definitely not worth it. Streamline, of course, also has a downside that you can't use your skills, and there is definitely benefit to using your skills, especially here, where we can use, for instance, even a drone to just hit enemies and give us some extra stacks, especially if we're just maybe like with 2 people and we don't have the full 4-man, so we can't stack up as fast as we kind of saw earlier in DUA that I could stack up really fast. Because even, for instance, if we take measured, which won't be applying to the Tinkerer here as a talent gain, but we can see that measured is around 12% for most of these builds. Going then to, for instance, yeah, we'll have measured plus Killer for Tinkerer, everything else will have Killer. Killer being around 19%, a little smaller actually than it is on Striker, because we're also, yeah, again, feeding into crit, of course. Still one of the top picks, I would say, and definitely the gap between measured and Killer is still definitely there, and even though that measured has kind of gained because we're feeding into weapon damage a little bit more, that helps actually with when it comes to measured, and we don't per se have that much rate of fire the way that we do on Striker. Yeah, that pushes measured a little bit up, and Killer, especially with crit, is a little bit lower, but still the activation rate and such for Killer will be really good here, especially. So we will likely always trigger it on the first kill. It is a really high activation rate, and yeah, it is still way bigger than measured. So Killer will still be my go-to here, as long as we are fighting something where I will get kills, and it is a full red, at least in this setup, and we're supposed to get some kills. What we see is with that measured plus Killer, yeah, the Tinkerer actually, if we put it back, Let's put it back to 50%. This does break that talent gain that it has there, but that'll be fine for now. Even if we have it at 50% uptime, we can see that now the Tinkerer is kind of catching up to a 50% uptime Overdogs. Now, of course, that Tinkerer will be much more usable. For instance, as we discussed, for instance, in the Overdogs video, there are situations where the Overdogs is just not the right choice. And the one that I bring up quite often is if we're looking at legendaries, if we look at legendary DOA boss fight, that last enemy, the last boss, the big boss of that legendary, he'll be the last enemy there. So he'll be always active with the Overdog. So we'll have 100% uptime against that boss. If we start shooting him after everything else is dead, he doesn't deploy any skills or such either. So it's perfect uptime, and it's one of the best places to use Overdogs. If we then consider legendary Roosevelt, the Marauder fight, we would have to kill everything else to get the bonuses against the Marauders. And that's just, of course, just not a real choice. We would rather have bonuses against the Marauders, kill them first, and then we kill everything else. And that means that for that fight, I'll definitely grab my Tinkerer instead of the Overdogs. So this is the way to kind of think about it, especially before the fight of like, oh, for this legendary, does it work out? For this incursion, does it work out? Because as well, in the incursions, yeah, it really doesn't work out with the Overdogs. There is just, for instance, if we're shooting at the Lovebirds, some assaults are going to spawn from the sides. We're not going to be active against them. It does help against the drone. It helps against the healing box, but not against the two bosses. And because of that, yeah, that is also another place to use Overdogs. So it is kind of like that. You kind of think about it before the fight and not so much inside of the fight. Because here, yeah, even at the 50% uptime, now that Tinkerer measured plus killer version is kind of catching up and is kind of on par with it. And that's also why, yeah, I would say if the uptime on Overdogs is effectively less than this 50%, so if we throw it back to that 33%, now we see that Tinkerer being ahead by a little bit. So Tinkerer is kind of my backup. Coyote is the thing that I then grab if it is in a group setting and nobody else is running one. And yeah, then we also have other options. So yeah, if we keep this Overdogs on a 50%, we can see that the Centurion on its weapon damage and rate of fire end is actually quite a bit ahead. That rate of fire end of the Centurion is actually very strong. Although I find a lot of people leaning towards more the other side because, yeah, big mags and such really attract some people. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend using that side almost at all. Now, there is also some weapon swapping happening there. You only have 12 seconds before you need to do that again. And because of that, it eats a little bit into its output. But Centurion can be a really strong tool as well, but more situationally. And because it needs a little bit of babying, I generally just don't take it unless I want to take it just to do its thing, just to, you know, play its playstyle. And that is, yeah, in general play, I would just, yeah, go Tinkerer or Overdogs. But I do like the Centurion as well, and you should definitely try it out. As we discussed, yeah, the Exodus Nimble are basically the Overdogs at 0%. They, of course, can provide us some healing, but they're just here mostly to contrast against other things as basically without a damage talent. And we see that that is actually a pretty low. We would drop even against the 15% here or the 50% Overdogs. If we take this back to 100%, yeah, they are in the 76%, well, almost 77% of that Overdogs. That Overdogs is a lot. 30% separate multiplier. Yeah, that is a lot. Here we then also see, let's take it back to 50 actually, as we keep toggling here. But just to compare, because yeah, we kind of saw what that Tinkerer could do. What about just taking two-piece unit? Now, of course, the two-piece unit, the first piece being an equalizer, because here we're just going to be going with that perfect obliterate most of the time. We could also go with glass and such, but yeah, taking that second piece, of course, at 20% AR damage, that works really well as long as we are going ARs. But even then, we can see that they are actually a little bit behind the Coyotes, and that would be kind of expected. The Coyotes can add in a lot, but then also here, the weapon damage is quite big. So actually, the Equalizer and the Salvo, as we saw in the unit alloys in-depth look, against the Coyote, they kind of match up almost. But then the Coyote can also, of course, provide its group-wide buff that it has. the equalizer and the unit specifically for striker, because there as well it had rate of fire, so we went equalizer and unit and not equalizer and salvo. It is a small difference between the two, but the preference definitely is towards equalizer and unit when it comes to striker. Here on Coco, because it doesn't have any rate of fire and because we're already pretty high on the crit chance and crit damages, that other bonus that we aren't feeding a lot into of rate of fire, the equalizer plus the salvo actually works out to be a little bit better, even on the sustain end, which is actually surprising that even on the sustain end, which pushes a little bit further. But even then, they are behind the Coyote because, yeah, we're feeding quite a bit into that crit damage, and that's, or into the weapon damage, because, yeah, the Coyote is getting affected just by the crit damage side of things, which is actually just at 70. But this, the second piece of unit is getting affected by that 175 weapon damage that we're getting from the gear set, of course. So because of that, actually, they are now behind the Coyote, where in Strikers, they were a little bit ahead of Coyote. And yeah, that's just the quirks of the gear set coming in here. Overall, my general pick, yeah, as we kind of hinted at several times here, Overdogs, my go-to, Tinkerer as my backup, Coyote for in-group settings, and then the rest is as choices if we really need them. 15. That did feel quite long, yeah. Oh, let me get you in chat as well in a second. Although, I mean, it says on the tin, in-depth look, right? Do we do or don't we do in-depth? At some point I put a 1 there. It really annoyed me actually, but it's fine. I'm not gonna redo for that. Yeah, let's go to this masterpiece. Yeah, let me catch up on chat for a second. What's Dan Cat indeed? What's up, Doug? Yeah. Gerard, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we work out at. Nice. Yeah, let's go to this big one. I'm not gonna go as in-depth into parts of this. I'm just gonna parse what we have because we changed this to CQB as well, right? Yeah, let's just go. I got this. I know my way around this. And let's take it to some weapon choices, because actually here, yeah, as we discussed, we are let's reline that actually. Is it like this is missing? Yeah, let's just do it like that. And then, of course, let's move it on to the next part, which is, of course, weapons. We talked about the gear at length. What weapons do we pick? Now, in the case of Coco, we don't really care about, or the build doesn't care about what weapon it is running. It doesn't, for instance, in the case for strikers, for instance, ARs, LMGs, SMGs work well, but rifles don't really. They don't have the RPM for it. The striker set also cares about stag for its way of stagging. It cares about RPM. Here, Coco doesn't per se care actually what weapon type is running. And that is actually pretty interesting. We can really go with anything. One of the things I want to do in the future, and I will likely before hopefully the end of the season, yeah, we're going to tackle the DPS tables. I want to update them and kind of change as well how they're kind of set up, mostly to make them possible to easily add to them. And then, yeah, we'll update the strikers to be with equalizer and such, of course, because that does change a little bit their metrics. But then I am thinking of just making a Coco one where we just put everything. And we just go with all of the weapon types, all of the weapons talents, and just make a one big blob. And this is kind of the baby version of that, the precursor to that, where we're taking, yeah, a lot of different weapons from different weapon classes and kind of comparing them all together. And trying to see as well, kind of within classes and such, how it works out. Yeah, here we have then first the ARs, then the LMGs, then the SMGs, and then rifles. We're not including here then, for instance, things like, because we could even have pistols, we could even have shotguns, that would work here. We could even consider MMRs actually. Now, with this, we are comparing everything to that Lexington variant that we have there. We'll take that as our 100% point and then kind of compare against that. Then also, of course, we have some exotics within each class. So what I've done is for each class, we've taken some variants and types. So Lexington and FAMAS as stand-ins for just high-end ARs. And then we've taken some exotics, Elmo, Chameleon, Bighorn. Now, of course, a lot of the exotics work in certain ways that they have bonuses that can be active or inactive. So we'll have some exo stuff effectively out here, which we can play around with. I'm not going to go super in-depth into this one, but if you are interested in playing around with it, yeah, you can kind of play around and see, for instance, where exactly some of the weapons land. We'll definitely touch on each weapon, though. And then, we have Elmo, Chameleon, Bighorn for the AR section. Let's actually start there. So if we take the Elmo as our 100% point, of course, against the exotics, we don't have a talent active here. Let's do that right away. As we discussed with the gear a second ago, the streamline doesn't really work out that well. We won't be considering it much here, so it's between measured and killer. We're gonna have with killer active. Now, killer, of course, does require a kill to get going, so it would be, for instance, when comparing against something, later on, like the Oreo, that will be active always. When we look at its numbers, which is all the way down here, and we look at an SMG with killer active, now of course that SMG needs a kill to activate it. But we'll just keep killer active here just as the benchmark against the rest. We'll toggle here and there against measured as well. Lexington, killer, 100% mark, and this is then, of course, as well, the Overdogs plus Equalizer variant, and then the rest being, so with the backpack of Coco at full stacks as well, of course, as some of these talents will be affected by weapon damage and such, so that does matter for that. Now, here with Lexington, then a FAMAS, as we know, the FAMAS is a little bit behind on burst, but quite a bit more on sustain and damage per mag. And generally, nowadays, I would definitely pick a Lexington over a FAMAS, and they are very much gettable, as for instance, with the Krampus event currently going on, you can get them from the winter caches, but they'll likely as well be in the stretch goals again, and yeah, they'll be around. Nowadays, it is definitely, it's not always available, but if you play for a decent amount of time, you'll have a Lexington here or there. But the FAMAS, of course, also opens up things like the Tinkerer, for instance, to use it there. Because, yeah, with the Tinkerer, we can't use the Lexington. It is a named item, so there we use, for instance, FAMASs or CTARs or weapons like that. We do give up a little bit of our bursts there, but that's then the price that we pay for that, just to bring in that extra weapon talent. Overall, those two are pretty close to each other. The Elmo, especially here against weapons with killer active, on the damage per mag, it competes, but even on the sustain, it really doesn't. I know some people think that the Elmo can compete on sustain against, for instance, a Lexington with killer active. It doesn't really, and on the burst stand, it really does actually fall behind. Not having damage challenge really does hurt. Even against measured, and actually maybe, yeah, let's go to measured for a fairer comparison as in kind of always active talent. We see that it is still not in the favor of the Elmo in the burst DPS. It is now catching up, at least in the sustained DPS, to be a little bit ahead, because of course it has that very large mag and a pretty quick reload still as well. That's why generally I don't find myself using the Elmo much. I can totally understand people liking it, especially because it's M4 with even more weapon handling effectively, and that feels pretty fine. Here, though, we already have a lot of weapon handling from the gear set, and even the FAMAS basically feels a lot better than any other build that it goes on to. Against that measure, it's still Lexington, here the Chameleon, but with two of its talents active. So the crit chance side, and then also its weapon side. If we actually, the first one is the weapon side here of the toggles. If we turn that off and just keep the crit side active, or well, actually, let's first start where it is completely inactive. We can see that it is falling quite a bit behind. It is actually even behind the Elmo there. And yeah, that is the thing with the Chameleon, of course. If we trigger its talents, and if we once we get it going for those 45 seconds, that for instance the weapon damage comes in, it can be pretty strong. Now this is one of the builds, of course, here with 6 red cores, with 30 grading, and this Coco, of course, at full stacks, as we have it here. This is kind of the worst case scenario for that weapon damage side of the talent, because yeah, it's already feeding into a pool that's very, very, very diluted and is giving very diminishing returns because there's already a big pack of stats in there. Now, what we see is then, yeah, then it kind of catches up to a Lexington but measured. Now, of course, if we trigger both, then yeah, then it actually does jump up to be quite a bit ahead, because once we get the crit chance and the crit damage side of things in there, then it can push way beyond an measured Lexington. Then just as well, actually, to look against a killer Lexington, we see that it is still, of course, going to be ahead. That's not a surprise. It was far enough ahead, but yeah, you need to have decent uptime on those talents. One of the things that recently actually came in, and I've definitely noticed, and when trying to play around with the Chameleon, yeah, the quick step. The quick step, because we want to swap to it to run around faster. Whenever we do, we drop all of our stacks that we've saved up, and even as well, if we have the full, and it has reset because we're out of combat, we're dropping that as well. So I feel that was kind of an unintended nerf to the Chameleon, basically. And yeah, Chameleon definitely still usable. Its range is its biggest issue, but one to consider, but yeah, not per se the greatest. Then we have Bighorn, and as we can see, actually, the Bighorn can be ahead, especially when we have all of its headshot stacks, as we have it here going, as we have it on the full 25. So we've basically done 25 headshots at this point, and its numbers can keep up actually with the Lexington with Killer. Bighorn is actually a decent enough weapon, and that's as a lot of people have already discovered. And it can be potent, especially if you do get some headshots. Now, here, of course, yeah, against the killer weapon, it's keeping kind of up, but it doesn't need to have a kill, and you just need to hit headshots. And getting 25 headshots can take a little bit, but isn't per se too hard, where, for instance, sometimes getting a kill is basically impossible. Going back to measured, just to compare it against that, of course, yeah, then it is actually a little bit ahead. So definitely worth considering the Bighorn. Here as well, the handling really does help the Bighorn to land those shots a little bit more as well, I've noticed in play. MG5, M249, MG5 is the better pick overall, especially on a burst, and even on the sustain end, it can actually beat the M249, but then the M249 actually has that 50 round more magazine, which makes it feel a lot more like an LMG than the MG5 does. Of note, that reload on the MG5 feels really good here with the 2.11 stated. And yeah, that makes it so that actually that MG5 feels like instead of an LMG, it feels mostly almost like an AR. On the damage end of things, LMGs have been doing pretty well, because especially if we kind of consider the Lexington, of course, being a real powerhouse, here with the same talent, so if both are with measured, yeah, it is ahead on burst by a little bit, it is ahead on sustain by a lot of bit, and of course that is down to that 100% mag that it has. MG5s are well worth considering. There's a reason why there's an MG5 striker on the build collection, and it's one of the first ones shown on the build collection, basically. Yeah, LMGs can really do some damage nowadays. They have, of course, their downsides. They're not accurate starting out when firing, and of course they have that suppression mechanic that kind of hurts them. If we go to the blue screen as one of the picks, if we keep it just here on measured as comparing effectively against measured weapons, we see that the blue screen on the damage on the burst end, it is definitely a little bit behind, but it's one of the better sustainers. That big mag and that fast reload really do help there. And then, of course, the blue screen is not all about damage. The MG5, the M249 that we have here, even the Lexington, they're just doing damage. This is also doing disorientation, disrupts, and yeah, pulsing enemies and such. As when you mark enemies and such, its talent comes into play. When you build up the stacks, you may disorient, disrupt them, depending on how many stacks and such you get. That can be really strong because, yeah, CCing enemies alongside of decent enough burst DPS and a good sustained DPS, yeah, that is the reason why the blue screen is actually worth considering. That main reason as well is actually that it has a 20% rate of fire mod. It isn't so much that it's a good weapon or the stoner is a good weapon that it's based on. It's really that 20% rate of fire could be seen as a talent on itself, and even is effectively, because if we look at, for instance, the invisible hand or something, that's actually less rate of fire on there than the singular mod on the blue screen. That's why it does perform well. Another one that performs well, Iron Lung. Iron Lung on its base stats is pretty close actually to an MG5. Which it is based on, and we see that here as well. Now, of course, on the measured end of things, what we have actually on the Iron Lung is effectively another mod extra, because it has 20% crit damage, 10% crit chance, where here, of course, the MG5 itself would only be able to have 10% crit chance. So that 20% crit damage that it has, that's the damage here that it's kind of gaining on top of it. The Iron Lung can do decent damage, and again, here, the downside of it, of course, is an 85 round mag, but it is doing decently with that 211 reload, and of course, it does flames. It set things on fire, and because of that, it CCs pretty well. Iron Lung is actually one of the standout weapons to generally use that we kind of forget about quite often. In a lot of fights as well, it can be really strong. I found it to become really one of my favorites against, for instance, the countdown hunters, mostly because when that fire comes in, that's usually around the time they are about to turn about and just run away to go heal themselves. When they get set on fire, that stagger for a few seconds, that's enough for the team to kill them. Iron Lung, definitely one of the top recommendations as well here, because yeah, that especially feeding into that weapon handling, making that reload to actually feel really quick, because that's the biggest downside of the Iron Lung is its smaller mag, and then, you know, because of that, the reloads that we face. Pahan here at 4 stacks, so we are kind of dealing as if it's already always at 4 stacks. Now, Pahan mostly works better solo than I would say in group settings. From a damage perspective, it isn't on par with for instance, an MG5 with measured. It is still pretty decent on the damage, closer than most. And if you get the stacks going on the sustain end, it actually works out decently well. You do need those skills, but those happen. This is a build that can kill. And the reload can be a little bit painful, but especially if we kind of keep those stacks going and consistently try to get 4 kills, and depending on what you're doing, that can work out. Thing is though that, it is an on-kill mechanic, and here we want to use this in a group setting. On-kill mechanics, the more people are around, you're sharing the kills effectively. So overall, this would fit more, for instance, I would say on tipping skills, especially for instance solo, and that's actually the place where my Pagan is actually being used a lot recently. Moving on to SMGs, we can see that SMGs are quite a bit ahead of ARs, understandably as well. They are much shorter range. They don't have the effective range. They don't have the optimal range to deal with it. When I'm talking about effective range, it is actually just the ability of the gun to shoot to those ranges. The optimal range is a hard stat. It is basically where the drop-off starts. The effective range is more of an esoteric thing of just, can this thing actually hit up to 20 meters in an effective way? And that's, of course, a function of its accuracy and such. It does help out that we have 30 weapon handling here feeding into that accuracy, but it doesn't make them pinpoint accurate the way that, for instance, Unwavering does with its much larger weapon handling bonuses. Those SMGs, though, are definitely quite high contenders. Here, the attack vector especially is, of course, the Burst King in that category. It is definitely behind the SMG9, not the SMG9A2, but specifically the SMG9 with 1 mod less, effectively. Those two are, I would say, the meta picks in that category. And the reason is, especially, the attack vector, really high burst, a little bit higher than the SMG9. You would say that maybe, the damage per mag and such would lean towards SMG9. I definitely kind of agree, but I really like the very quick reload on that SMG on the attack vector. While this doesn't seem that big of a gap between the two, it is definitely felt in gameplay. That's why I lean towards attack vector, but I can totally also understand an SMG9, and I also run the SMG9 quite often. Overall, those are quite high. Now we have the Chatterbox and the Backfire and the Oreo as the exotics there. Here there is a little bit of discussion to be had, and especially kind of metrics-wise with the things that we need to discuss. Chatterbox, at 5 stacks, is a powerhouse. It is actually one of the strongest guns, exotics that we have in the game at 5 stacks. There's a reason why we wait, especially for deep runs in Descent, that incessant chatter, that talent of the Chatterbox. We really wait for that to come up with envies, so we can get that talent, and this is, yeah, definitely one of the strongest talents in the game. Even in Descent is actually a little bit less, because there it's still 100% at 5 stacks, 20% per stack. In the main game, or in the normal game, it is 25% per stack. Now, here, though, we have the option to toggle between how many stacks we have active at the time. Now, especially the thing is that at 0 stacks, the chatterbox, as we see there, is quite a bit behind. So when we're starting out, or if we haven't reloaded near enemies, it is a lot behind. But nowadays, the chatterbox is well usable, especially solo, because even at, let's say, 2 stacks, it's already kind of catching up to these measured weapons. We still have measured as our talent there. And yeah, it's kind of catching up. It's still 10% behind. At 3 stacks, it's a tiny bit ahead, as we see there. And actually, a little bit more than a tiny bit ahead. It's even a little bit ahead of the killer variant, is the thing that I remember there. Yeah, it's even ahead of the killer variant. We'll keep measured on, actually, for now, though. And yeah, so 3 stacks is already enough to pull it ahead. Now, in solo play, especially when you get kills and such, it's mechanically, when you get kills, it refills half of the mag size. So if you can kill the enemy in less than half of the mag, you will just keep continuously going. Now, especially with some of the global events and such, and for instance, last season with strong modifiers or such, yeah, that becomes easier and easier, of course. Now, at 5 stacks, yeah, it goes into the stratosphere and is really, yeah, in its own world. But of course, yeah, trying to keep it at 5 stacks is really hard. But if you're keeping the chatterbox at 3 stacks or higher, it is definitely a big choice. And here we see as well, it works out really well. This wouldn't be per se the build for it, because you would be very weak when starting out. Something like, especially Hunter's Fury, that doesn't even have a stack. Well, it does have a stacking mechanic, an on-kill stacking mechanic, but we're not relying on the stacking mechanic, because even on Striker, you kind of need to get stacked up before you can consistently get those kills. Here, though, it could be a good secondary. If you want to go with, for instance, an SMG version, you could stack up on something else. Once you're fully stacked, you could swap to the chatterbox. The backfire here is actually at one of its worst points, because it's feeding into crit damage. The crit damage is already pretty filled in. Weapons feeding into weapon damage would be even worse, but crit damage is already as well diminished. We see that it is actually not gaining, well, it is, of course, at 100 stacks, quite a bit ahead. If we take the stacks down to 0, it is actually, yeah, quite a bit behind, because, yeah, we are at 100%, but that's 100% of the Lexington. Most SMGs are quite a bit ahead of it, even just with measured 20% ahead there. So even when we get 50 stacks, it is now kind of catching up to those measured weapons. So you would need to be generally above 50 stacks for it to be worth it. Actually, even maybe above 60, 70 stacks generally, because yeah, you need to make up as well the lost ground while you are stacking up, of course. Because of that, the backfire, for instance, here is not per se the pick. It can actually gain a lot more on strikers, for instance, and also aligns a little bit better with strikers, where we're getting the stacks going of strikers and of this together. Not the place for it here per se, but you could definitely go with it. And backfire is definitely one of the strong weapons of the game now. Oreo with always on effectively, its talent does not do anything towards damage. And yeah, this is one of the reasons we don't use the Oreo much anymore, is that attack vectors and SMG9s with just measured active, they're basically a little bit ahead already. The Oreo, though, does have a little bit of a more larger mag, and we see actually that, yeah, on the damage per mag and on the sustain, it can actually compete decently well, especially against that attack vector. It is ahead of that attack vector on both, of course. But overall, yeah, that's the reason we don't use Oreo much anymore, even though it used to be the king of that section, of course. Moving on to rifles, then that's actually the thing. This is honestly one of the better builds for rifles, one of the better gear sets for it, because breaking point and such are pretty weak and pretty inconsistent, especially their uptime is pretty bad. Generally, my recommendation when going for rifle build is not aces, is not breaking point, but is actually Umbra or ongoing directive. If you really want to run a rifle, Umbra was generally the go-to I would recommend. It wouldn't make the best Umbra build, and in this case as well, as we can kind of see here, it doesn't make, for instance, with the Mark 17 or M1 ACQB, it doesn't make for the best rifle builds, or it doesn't make for the best Coco build, but this is one of the better rifle builds. So we can use Coco to make rifles good, but rifles don't make Coco good. So if that makes sense. On here, yeah, we can't be measured. So let's actually go to Killer and compare everything on Killer here, because yeah, on the rifles, we don't have measured. M1A is the burst king in that category, so we're putting that at the top. And it actually works out decently well. That 30 weapon handling is definitely enough to kind of make it handleable. But my go-to will definitely be the Mark 17. The Mark 17 is kind of a little bit lower on the burst table, but one of the better ones, especially in handling. It has a little bit lower RPM. It has 30 round mag, which is still low, but better than the 15. A decent reload, and handling wise, it works out decent. It gives up a little bit on the burst, and as we can see, this is the main reason why rifles aren't considered that much. That second stat on the rifles, especially here when it's feeding into crit damage, and already with this gear set, pretty diminished pool. Not the most diminished, because yeah, the weapon damage definitely is way higher, but because of that, yeah, it's already not the greatest pick. But also, if we consider SMGs are getting 21 crit chance, I do not still really understand why rifles that seem to be balanced on their burst and sustain, they seem to be decently balanced with each other, but they have 17 crit damage. Everywhere else, it's double crit damage for crit chance. If you have 21 crit chance, it should be 42 crit damage on the rifles, one would think. So hopefully maybe in the future, they kind of make a change there. And I want to actually, in the future, look at that as a rambling talk of like, how could you gain a little bit? How much would that, what would that mean if they went to 42? Or how to kind of improve rifles a little bit. But also handling wise, landing actually, even with these, I find the Lexington is much more easy to handle, will land overall more shots, I feel. And also there's something to be said for not hitting as big of a shot, because quite often, if I'm hitting for 6 million, if I'm hitting a red that only has 3 million, I'm basically wasting a little bit of my DPS. Because in that interval, if we were using an AR and I'm hitting for a million, I'm just going to hit him for 3 times. Maybe I'll overshoot with 1 shot, a 4th shot, but I'm not wasting a whole extra amount that might be unneeded. So because of that, there is also mechanically things that harder hitters, alpha strikers, always have to kind of deal with. And usually, actually, they would be ahead on burst even to make up for those kind of factors. In the vision, though, yeah, we see that even the burst king there is not really keeping up against the Lexington, and because of that, they are always going to be kind of second fiddle. Rifles are just not in a great place now, but this doesn't mean that this won't be able to do a heroic mission or such. I've used them actually, I've done well with them, and I actually enjoyed this, just more for trying to keep a rifle on target, which is much harder to do than AR. But that's also then the thing, that's actually much more harder. Why would you? If we go to the Vindicator actually with its talent active, of course, marks an enemy's one of the enemy's parts effectively, and if you hit that part, you get a 60% amp. When it is inactive, it is actually atrociously below. For instance, here a Killer, just high-end rifle, and when it is active, it actually is a little bit above. Now, the thing is that up and down, that over-under is kind of annoying, because sometimes it will mark something that you can't really hit. It will mark the legs or the body of an enemy where the head is just poking out, and they might even be suppressed or something. And you're just shooting the head over and over again, and yeah, you're not getting that mark. Also, actually, you want to, with rifles quite often, especially with a scope rifle like this, aim for the head. If you can hit headshots, that's going to help. Even, for instance, here, we have a headshot rate generally of 20% active. If you can't, if the mark just doesn't go there, you're kind of out of luck, because you want to hit, then you just want to hit where that mark is. So that is the downsides for the Vindicator, but the Vindicator actually, with the uptime on it, does work out. Then we have the Merciless and the Ravenous, and I'm kind of remiss a little bit, but we'll make up for that when we make the big list for Coco. We'll just have the normal DPS of the Merciless, and we're not really including its explosion value, of course. There is ways of, and we have that already in the DPS tables, of kind of metricing in this explosion. So we basically go, okay, we're basically doing 14 shots of this, and then an explosion happens, 14 shots, an explosion happens. Kind of acting as if it's as we're having 100% uptime on it. We're not doing that per se here. We're just giving the DPS of the gun and then the explosion of it. And what we can tell as well is that if our average damage is a little bit over 1.7 and we're outputting quite a bit of that, this isn't going to make the biggest difference, because yeah, we are just over 6, even over 7 rounds per second. So we're outputting this average damage per shot out at least 7 times per second. And yeah, that means that at 1.4 million of an explosion versus 7 times this 1.7, yeah, that isn't a large margin. It still adds to it, but it's not going to bring this one to beat most of these other ones. Then with the Ravenous as well, it has its own amplified damage and such. We're not accounting for that. We're just going, what does it hit for? And overall, the Ravenous is pretty low on its hits, so we're kind of misrepresenting it here, honestly. And I'm just included it because I was kind of curious how it would work. In actual play, having the Ravenous as a secondary is definitely a really good choice, because actually those explosions do scale with weapon damage. That's actually also the reason I've included the Merciless. The explosions on both of them actually scale with weapon damage. And this is, of course, yeah, it being a weapon damage set, really feeding into that. That's why it's also I'm kind of curious to maybe try headhunting with this. Even though I'm not sure how we're going to get our stacks up, we could, of course, always just do it at the range, but to play around with that might be interesting as well. Then let's move on actually to the next one, as we went through a lot of weapons, but we left one out, and one notable one should be noticeably missing from the LMG category there. And that is also one that really likes having some weapon damage. So yeah, let's go look at the Pestilence. That was... Holy shit, how long was that? 28 minutes. That's a big spreadsheet. Yeah, I'll do that. Whose idea was it to put this big of a thing in here? Oh, that's fine. It's 1 hour 23. So. I feel I've done a marathon. Just... yeah. I mean, yeah, the kind of used to, because we did the DPS tables and stuff, so shouldn't have gone that in depth into each weapon, because I shouldn't have been kind of considering the weapon. I should have been considering the build more. But yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'm also fine with that. Like, that was, yeah, we went kind of a different route than I wanted, but yeah, we had basically more information on the weapons and also kind of the picks for it. Anyway, thanks, SSG. Yeah, let's go to that last one, and then we can outro, and then we can go shoot some people in their stupid faces with some cocoa. Yeah. And with this last one, indeed, we're going over Pestilence. And this is actually where we make cocoa a little bit hot. And in these cold times, it's definitely nice to have some hot cocoa. We can look at the Pestilence on the high-end Lingmo setup, and then compare it to the cocoa variant here. As cocoa feeds into weapon damage, it actually, for instance, like for something like Pestilence, will make it a lot more potent, especially that tick is based on weapon damage. The things that go into that tick are weapon damage, total weapon damage, DTA, DTH, DTOC, and then also damage from all sources amps. The Overdogs kind of acts like a damage from all sources amps, so that goes in there as well. Same is true as actually, for instance, for the glass, because that's a damage from all sources in general. So here what we have is the high-end Pesty Lengmo, and that is, well, shit, forgot the thing. Yeah, let's redo that. I need the build page. What is that? What is that build? Could you tell me what it is? Because I will need the build page for that. I need that there. Yeah, let's go. All right, we go to the build page here. as lastly, we do go to the Pestilence. And to make the hottest cocoa, I feel Pestilence is really the way to go in these cold winter times. Some hot cocoa with some pesty. As here we're comparing it in between the Pestilence on the high-end variant, the Lengmo. And of course, as we kind of have been using nowadays, that build kind of changed as Overdogs kind of came into it, Sacrifice kind of came into it. It gained actually quite a bit of damage. But of course, here in Coco, we can take somewhat the same way of taking a Sacrifice, for instance, and also taking the Overdogs alongside of it. Now, Coco, especially because it feeds into that weapon damage a lot, it really helps out on the Pesty tick. Because that Pestilence tick is based on weapon damage, and that's actually what we have here. Basically, the weapon damages, the total weapon damages, DTOC, DTA, DTH, and any separate multipliers that would apply to it. So damage from all sources like glass, being the 30% here, applies to it. And an Overdogs applies when it is active. So only if it would apply to that enemy, it will apply to that enemy. So if it's a rusher or an grenadier or a scorcher or such at the very start. But of course, as well, the last enemy alive will always be bonused against, and that's actually really one of the great things about the Pestilence. The last enemy that is always the most peskiest, they will get the full brunt of the pesty tick then. What we have here actually for the high end, just to show its build picture real quickly, so we're all on the same page, is actually that high end one. So yeah, we have 3 Lengmo pieces there, and 3 Lengmo pieces with the backbone being one of them, Sacrifice, Overdogs, and then a Fox's Prayer here. With the Pestilence on it, we can tick actually for quite a lot. Here, for instance, we see a 1.9 million, and that is actually since the Overdogs came in, and when it is active, it is one of the new heights that it can reach. Overall, speculation-wise, I still feel that maybe at some point we will see the Pestilence and the Overdogs not interact anymore. We'll have to see if that happens, though. We've had it for a season now, and because of that, yeah, it is what it is, and we are kind of going with it. Then the Coco version is actually, to show it, that one in-game, yeah, kind of... well, here we have it with the Equalizer. We'll see it both with the Equalizer and the Sacrifice, but yeah, 4 pieces of Coco with the Sacrifice Overdogs and also with the Equalizer Overdogs. If we go back to that spreadsheet, so this is the Sacrifice variant, this is the Equalizer variant, because of course Equalizer also feeds into total weapon damage. Now, with the high end, we wouldn't want to take, for instance, Equalizer instead of that Sacrifice, mostly because we already have that backpack that we have there, already feeds into total weapon damage. So we'd get a little bit of diminishing returns on the Equalizer if it went in there. But, of course, glass would be a separate multiplier. But here, of course, we're using the backpack, which increases our weapon damage. And because of that, yeah, that is kind of one of the ways that, yeah, we can take Sacrifice or we can take Equalizer, because the Equalizer is then still at its full potential of that 24%. Lastly, as well, just as comparison and also kind of just to see, yeah, we have just the Lexington just with Killer active. Or well, actually, Killer isn't active yet, but Lexington with Coco with the Equalizer basically at the other gun. Now, of note is that if we look at the Pestilence, and we kind of have it, this needs a little bit of explaining. First, we have the weapon. So this is the build and the weapon, how much burst, sustain, and damage per mag it does. Then we have the Pesty tick. For each of these, so all of these are in a section of 3, and then it starts with the weapon, then the tick, and then combined. The combined is basically one, or the burst DPS of the build, 1 full tick, so a 50 stack on enemy, and that combined together, just to kind of have a feel to, you know, what the build plus the tick kind of combined will do. Now, for that, and then everything is actually comparing against the color that it is in. So every 100% point is here, but then, for instance, for the combines, it is this 100% point versus this 118%. So what we can see is, especially on the build end, the for instance here, the Coco Sacrifice at full stacks, because of course that's the difference as well. We have a backbone to charge on the high-end version, but we have a whole 35 stacks to get on the Coco. Because of that, at 0 stacks, of course, the Coco is going to fare much worse. But at full stacks, yeah, we can see that on the build itself, it is actually close to 20% ahead. And then the tick on the bestie, it is a little bit ahead by 6% here. And the combined is actually about 18% ahead of that pestilence variant, meaning that at full stacks, and again, I'm very much emphasizing the at full stacks, it is actually quite a bit ahead. Now, though, if we take them both to empty, and that is an important point, of course, if we set the backbone to 0, we set the Cocos to 0, what we see then is actually the Coco is far behind on the weapon, on the tick, and on its combined. And this is an important point because, yeah, the backbone, especially, you know, once we get 5 kills, and if we set this to 5, and we got 5 kills that apply to the backbone, and 5 kills, and we got 5 stacks for the Coco, let's even say we got 10 stacks for the Coco. Just for comparison's sake, the Coco has still not caught up. So that pesty variant, and that's also how I've been feeling about it, if we're running Coco solo, it doesn't really work out that well. But that pestilence with the backbone, we just need 5 kills. That's not too hard to do. If we're doing bounties, if we're doing activities, if we're doing control points, that will happen quite quickly. But yeah, at full stacks, that Coco can perform quite a bit better. But then we would, for instance, in solo play, either need to, stack at the range. And then even then, you mostly, you would need to kill quite a lot and then have maybe a drone out or something. Removing as well for you the option for going with smart cover that can apply a lot more damage there. So for solo play, that pesty variant with the high end, with the Lengma and stuff, still definitely has a place in my opinion. But especially if we're kind of in group play or small groups and such, when we take the Coco already even against that backbone to like, let's say 25 stacks, now the weapon has already caught up on the weapon end, the pesty tick not, but we're basically on par. So at 25 stacks, that pesty is really a potent weapon already. If we take this to 30, it is already, of course, it was already ahead on the weapon. That's going to go even higher. Now it's also ahead on, or basically matching on the pesty tick, and we see that as a combined, especially that, sacrifice versus sacrifice kind of variant is quite a bit ahead. If we take it to 35 to get to full stacks, then we're back at that 20% ahead on the build. So, for instance, for in group settings and such, or small groups, or maybe duos and stuff, the pesty, if you're, for instance, enjoying a pesty build quite often there, might consider a Coco there. But just the Coco in group settings, this pesty variant can work pretty well. If we compare that between the sacrifice and then, for instance, against the equalizer, what we have, of course, with the equalizer, we also get a little bit faster stacking on the enemy. We also have 5% rate of fire more, but on the damage end, we are a little bit behind. We are, especially if we're comparing against the Coco variants, we can see we are at full stacks, definitely with the equalizer still ahead against the high-end version that we saw with the Lengmo pieces. But it is a little bit behind against the sacrifice version, and especially with the pesty, I'm kind of fine with the sacrifice because quite often we can just hide and let the pesty tick kind of just jump around. In the meantime, reload and then just get back into the fight when we get kind of pinned down. Their combined though is not too far off of each other, and that should be understandable as well. The now basically that perfect obliterate that kind of came in is a really good talent. Of note though is, that is at 20% headshot rate because of course the sacrifice feeds into that headshot. If we bump up that headshot to 100%, then the sacrifice is quite a bit ahead. So if you're hitting your headshots, but this is a pestilence, of course, or well, even 15% no, actually it is about 6% that, but that is still a significant number. It's 15% that against the high end, as I confused myself there even with this one. As there's a lot of numbers on the field. But it is about 6% ahead on against the equalizer, which is kind of to be expected, as that equalizer especially has kind of closed the gap between glass and obliterate again. As in the past we used to have an equalizer, the normal equalizer or the normal obliterate was already at 25. So the gap there back in the day, and that's also where I kind of lost my love for glass, as mobility rate was good enough and still is, even at 20%, and now it's of course back at 24%. Lastly, though, that combines, because we'll just take the weapon one. So this this Lexington on Coco with the equalizer is comparing against the weapon and against that Lingmo, and then we also have it comparing against the combined. Killer isn't active yet. We can't activate it there, but just the base weapon, it isn't keeping up with once we're at full stacks here, especially with that combined, especially. If we trigger Killer on it, though, it catches up quite a bit. Now, Pestilence, I definitely feel, is one of the go-to weapons, but that combined is effectively a little bit ahead, but that's only, of course, if we're having a full stack going out. This one just needs to get a kill. Once it has a kill, it can likely trigger Killer, because also our crit is pretty high, and because of that, the crit activation rate is going to be very high, into the 90s, actually, for most of these builds. And because of that, the Killer can, of course, go into that, but definitely the Pestilence is a go-to here. That's also why on the build picture, and likely in the future in the build showcase, the way that I'm going to present it, and that's also what that is based on now here, is that I'm going to use this Lexington to get up to 25 to 30 stacks, and then most of the time I'm going to swap to a Pestilence to do a ton of damage with it, and also let the tick go around. Now, of course, the Pestilence is not going to be all situations, because there's definitely in a lot of places, the Lexington will do fine, and also will be likely the better choice just to have direct damage going out, especially if your allies are killing really quick. But sometimes having that pesty tick just go around for 2 million and kind of ruin people's days, and also just stagger them, especially for some of the bigger fights, definitely a choice. Breathe in. 11 minutes. Yes, that sounds right. That was annoying. I've kind of confused myself at this part. I should have put an enter here. Because the funny thing was also my brain was going, oh, that doesn't seem right. Are you sure, man? I can't be 15%. There can't be 15% between those things. Coca-Cola or Pesty, indeed. Yeah. Coco Pesty, yeah. With their powers combined. Yeah, some people are Coca-Colas, some people are Pesties. Yeah, we have nighttime here as well. Oh, no, I just wanted to know what time it is. It's early night. Maybe we just go here. Let's put that there. What's maybe a better spot? Yeah. Maybe stand here that I'm not floating per se. I feel is a fitting way to end this, right? The less black space, or Yep. Yeah. So what's build collection updates? That's this one. For when it's done. Oh yeah. Modifier only tips and the yeah, let's just do that. Let's get that out of the screen. Yeah. And with that, we come to and with that, we stumble over our words and faceplant. Yeah. And with that, we come to the end of this long, in-depth look into Coco. Also a long-awaited one, as I kind of fumbled on getting it out on time somewhat, but I also am happy that I took the time to play around with it and try it in many different ways. As we saw here, mostly we looked at red builds. There is actually a whole plethora of other choices we can make, and I've already tried some of those out. As for instance, we can make a combat medic, we can make a turret drone hybrid, and we can even make a tech tank out of this. And I've already played around with those. They are actually even on the build collection already. And we haven't per se included them here just because this one is already long enough. We won't do a part 2 with this one unit in the same way as we did with the unit. Let's try that again. Unit-wise. What? And that brings us to the end of this long, in-depth look into Concentrated Company. Some big batches, big bitches. And that brings us to the end of this in-depth look into Concentrated Company. We put out some big batches of hot cocoa. As yeah, this is definitely a gear set worth considering and definitely has made it already for me, for instance, onto my second account where I am pretty selective with which builds I add there. Having tried Coco in the PTS already, it stood out as being pretty decent but needing a little bit of a oomph, and they definitely gave it that oomph. They basically gave it, at full stacks, an extra killer on top with an extra 70 crit damage, making it very, very competitive. As we saw throughout, yeah, this is definitely a gear set that can keep up with even some of the bigger boys on the block. Strikers, tipping skills, both are definitely good contenders, and this one really fits in there as well. Definitely Umbra is actually bringing up the rear nowadays, which is kind of odd to say, and of course Ongoing Directive, yeah, is even a little bit lower than those, and then has its bonuses, especially being able to deal with some directives and such. Having gotten 2 gear sets in 2 seasons that are pretty formidable is actually, I am really enjoying that. But that also has meant that, yeah, we have had a lot of things to look into, as especially this season, of course. Unit kind of took precedence here, and yeah, I had to go do that one first. But we did circle around, and yeah, now we've covered Coco as well, but mostly in the red. As you may have noticed there, we have mostly considered it in the red form. We did discuss a little bit losing red cores and such. But in the future, I definitely want to do a build showcase on this, likely towards the end of the season. I do want to wait for the PTS, for instance, to see what we get next season and how that might affect this build as well, to include that in there. But for now, we've kept it to red builds, but in the future, yeah, already on the build collection, there is a turret drone hybrid, there is a combat medic, and there's even a tech tank variant of this. And that's quite rare for a gear set to come in and actually, yeah, take up multiple slots, because it can be kind of put into different roles. Especially the combat medic, I can already tell, is pretty performative and will be one of the better ones of that. I've enjoyed definitely running with this gear set quite a lot recently, and in different forms as well. One of the nicest things about it is that you can stick a lot of weapons on there. Definitely the recommended way has been the way that I kind of showed it mostly, which is with the Lexington and with the Pestilence alongside of it. But rifles can be a really good choice, SMGs can be a really good choice, and even LMGs can be a really good choice here. You could even go shotguns, pistols, or MMRs, and yeah, we definitely will mess around with those as well. When we reach the showcase, we will definitely look at what numbers-wise the yellow and blue versions of this can do. But yeah, very telling when a build comes in and takes up multiple slots. That doesn't happen. That hasn't happened since Refactor actually last. Because even Tipping Scales, for instance, really has one layout for me personally, which is to take it all red, everything, and just take it out for damage. But yeah, Coco with its stacking mechanic makes for, yeah, some of the hybrids can work well. Of course, Turtron hybrid is going to make it so that, for instance, solo, you can have some stacks going. But what I've really enjoyed is that combat medic. It makes for a really good one where we can get the stacks up, and then I can kind of focus on healing as well. In the future, we'll cover those as well. But yeah, thank you for joining me on this one. In the future, we're going to go back to some of those build collection run-throughs as we have done recently, as character 3, 4, and 5 still have to go. And also, I do want to do a retaliation and also a modifier of this season's only tips. So those will be following these ones up pretty quickly, actually, as I'm going to do them, record them pretty soon, and then actually get them out not too long after this video. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that. A little bit of shilling here. Hope to catch you in the future. And as always, have a good night. And yeah, for those on the live stream, that is the outro for the video, not for the stream. I'll be going for a little bit longer here. I'll make sure that it kind of got repetitive there, because I think I went over liking the combat medic twice, but the build's so nice, I said I liked it twice. Bluish compilation. Yeah. I mean, that's just me streaming. that's just all the time. I am the compilation. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's run it with let's jump in with this one more time. I'm gonna run again rifles. I kind of liked it with rifles there. But yeah, let's actually replace this with we'll run it also with the ugly bearer. Well, actually, I like the look of this one, even though I feel, a lot of people have taken to calling it the ugly bearer. Let's take a graded Mark 17. Oh, let's take a graded ACRSS. Yeah. Agents. Although, yeah, let's find this killer. Killer? I hardly know her. Need a sacrifice. Sacrifice. Let's take sharpshooter for the handling.
Yeah.
There are rifles here, right? I must. Oh, especially on this character, I must, yeah. Okay, and yeah, we'll actually take the drone. Yeah, let's, I'm just gonna random matchmake and see where we land.
Invite to another agent's group.
We'll land on the White House. So, see where they're going.
Safe area detected.
Hello? Roosevelt? Roosevelt. Sure. Roosevelt. Roosevelt it easy. But also, is this guy just AFK? Although Scavenge skill and fragile armor. That's a weird combo.
Another agent has joined your group.
I do find that funny that, yeah, this kind of, because of this, we can kind of see, so, oh, we can see that humans suck. Yeah, so there's no targeted drop off of these guys. And that's because there is no targeted in Roosevelt. Like, there was also one time there was a bounty in Roosevelt and a bounty of a manhunting. Who's running this thing? Why would you have the backpack but not the chest? In fucking 2025. Do I get the group? Do I just leave? Don't want to be in the group with a bell ringer. Yeah, fine. I can live with the bell ringer as long as not the drone.
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the faction. Also, Henry has intel that a mechanical engineer from the campus settlement was brought here recently, so be on the lookout for captives.
You've got a few hostiles ahead.
Always look on the lookout for captives. Oh wait, you mean like saving them? No, yeah, no, sorry. Pardonnez-moi. No, I'm just. Okay. Wait, does it come from the center of the head? Why is it like that? Was it always? Must have been always like that. I've just always left when that thing has been in the group. Why am I still here, actually? Why are we still here? Only to suffer.
More bad guys just past the fuselage of a cargo plane.
I mean,
No
yeah.
indication they heard the shooting.
Anything? Not a goddamn thing. Why are we patrolling this
Oh,
Because Emily told us to. Take it
yeah,
up
you
with
better
her
shut his
behind the
mouth.
plane.
Ah, I can't.
Serious trauma detected.
I'm not fine.
You have
I realized I don't hate myself enough to listen to that for a whole mission. I realized, like, oh yeah, we have just so many rooms to go still.
received an invite to another agent's group.
Oop.
Another agent is now in your group. Another agent has joined your group. Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
Oh, we have spoon actually. Well, at least I haven't heard the bell ringer.
Taking down the outcast stronghold and neutralizing their leader, Emmeline Shaw, will do serious damage to the
I'm
faction.
good with no
Also,
directives.
Henry has intel that a mechanical engineer from the campus settlement was brought here recently, so be on the lookout for captives.
You've got a few hostiles ahead.
Wait, it's on spoon? What? Where's? Ah. I'm fine.
You have
Yeah. Well, let's not for a whole mission.
invite to another
I could ask and stuff, but also this it's a lot of work to do. It's more than I'm willing to do. We just
I'm seeing mortars on
We
the
just
roof.
try
and
again.
We've got a lot of hostiles ahead.
it's
Looks
RNG,
like the
right?
smoke's working. The autocannon seems to be firing blind.
They nerfed this
Taking the
RNG.
capital will deal a huge blow to the
The
true
RNG of
sons.
getting people that
The
don't have
priority
either
is to
bell
get
ringer
back the
or
briefcase President
drone.
Ellis was carrying aboard Air Force One. Kelso's waiting aboard a helicopter to be
bats.
extracted as soon as you secure it. If what Ellis told us is true, a lot depends on getting that case to him. You'll have civilian assistance to get you through the perimeter, but you'll be on your own once you're inside.
Another agent is now in your group. An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
I didn't have a health kit yet. I want the sacrifice as well. Don't die, motherfucker.
Looks clear.
All right, push forward.
And we finally rolled good RNG. We got a team with that.
More hostiles headed to you.
Either the drone or a bell ringer. It's a miracle. There is a mortar. I'll take a fucking mortar any day over bell ringer or the drone. Just give me all the shakes. Your screen shake brings all the boys to the yards. I'll take that though. Over. Is there no damage? Why so little damage? Oh, is that a foam eclipse? Really? On this mission? That's about as bad as a drone.
That was the last of
That's
them.
gonna suck on this
We should have a
mission.
clear approach to the entrance.
It's
Also
time
on
to get
heroic.
in there and finish this.
That is a foam eclipse, isn't it? That's gonna be painful here. Ew. You know what? I didn't want to do a mission anyway.
You
I didn't want to do a mission anyway.
hostile control point identified.
I never wanted to do a mission. Me, who does missions anyway? Let's just get it. Let's get do something. Let's go clean up.
Over here, agent. Take a look at what I've
Now let's go do countdown. Countdown can't be as bad, right? Can't be. Although, oh, it's Friday evening. It's weekend matchmaking. Yeah. Yeah, nah. SRSS. It is a hard hitter. It is one of the higher burst DPSers. Its handling sucks. Like, trying to recoil compensate for this is painful. But weapon handling. We have both weapon handling. That's also why I want sharpshooter for even stability, from 20 stability from that for on weapons. 30 from the gear set. Actually, it kind of feels fine. But yeah, the damage output on the SRSS is pretty good. It's just not gonna be competitive against ARs, for instance, and stuff. It's gonna catch everything indoors and stuff. So in a lot of missions like heroic, there's a bunch of spawns. They die quick, and what that's gonna do is, like, imagine all of the doors in like, once we get inside, it's gonna like foam them all in those doors. Unless you go and just stick your head in there, it's not gonna work out. And then it's not like if they're foamed, they don't shoot back. They still do. They still will. That's why fire, like with fire, they at least still come out and they kind of like spread out and stuff. With foam, they're, especially also at the end, like the foam is gonna spread inside and it's just gonna foam them where, unless we cheese it, unless we're planning on cheesing it, it's gonna be hell. I really don't like foam on heroic. Like, I'm adamantly against that, mostly because fire is so much better, but foam also kind of catches unless you're really good at foaming. it's gonna catch enemies in places like half of the work of a foam eclipse in legendary and stuff is also to catch things in places where your allies can shoot them, and it's very easy to not have that ammo. So, but especially with capital on the ending and stuff, like especially with that team, like we can't spawn cap them, like that's not gonna happen. Like, there was not enough damage there to spawn gamma. Yeah, let's go do a countdown. That'll likely be less bad. Maybe.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
And all of these.
You have joined a group.
All of these bats and all of these, they make this baby face sad. Look at this baby face. Who wants to make this baby face sad? Loop 39, nice. Watch out behind you. Don't worry, you'll catch that Rusher over there. Trying to throw yeah, grats. Oh yeah, it is still envy, of course. Of course, a horse. Oh, it's rat now, actually. But yeah, you guys likely started when it was still envy, of course. I did my weekly, right? 1 second again. Yeah. Yeah. That Wednesday.
Communication relay offline.
Rikers have taken the power plant. Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear reactor, but they've triggered the safety
Well, the
protocols.
Gogo is gonna suck
The
here
plant
for
is
the
going
early
into
fights.
lockdown. We need to remove the safeguards and restart the reactor.
I'm just gonna use the eagle on this first fight. Could have gone back to flatline, actually.
Reactor unstable. Emergency lockdown protocols activated.
So this is one of those
15
places
minutes
where
lockdown.
Please proceed to
Coco
your
isn't
next
great
step.
as these first
Lockdown
fights.
Safety protocols initiated.
But if everything goes right, should be able to get 8 stacks. Got like 6. Why is the music so loud? Heroic no, challenging. I'm not gonna go from that to heroic matchmaking. I'm already kind of frustrated by all those teammates. We'll just take a challenging and then just gonna just I just want to shoot the gun. I just want to mostly feel how the gun feels.
System curtailed.
Honestly.
Immediate medical assistance
Ow.
needed. Agent
They're falling.
incapacitated.
They can't hive up.
Agent down. System back online.
Aw. Couldn't land the stack. Funny as well, the stacks come in like a second after the death happens. It's kind of funny.
System malfunctioning.
I don't know why it's funny per se. There we go. Like 16 stacks. Turbine cooling. Turbine cooling.
The target should be nearby.
Target should be near.
System restored.
But yeah, I just don't jump into heroic matchmaking at all unless we're with a team or something. I should try to hit stuff other people are hitting. At least try to. Just chasing. Oh, nice. Are we that many low levels? Are we getting purples and reds? There's a little bit of SHD level scaling even.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Set to... Is that downstairs? Set to Coco from earlier, showing him how to set Coco.
My armor is useless! You're rolling down a bit!
Most of the way there.
Area secure.
Let's actually change that. What do I want? Oh yeah. Take ARs. Oh yeah, let's go cool in. Let's go cool down. Which is because of the purples and reds that were spawning there. It means there's a bunch like likely below 500s in the group. Because most kind of don't see it because a lot of it seems to be like either 500 or 1000 is the max of it. I didn't really realize it until I started second account and I was like, wait. These waves like aren't this. This wave is like always all elites. But yeah, we have a 7, a 48. Because if you don't have anybody below like 1000, especially if everybody's above 1000, you don't see even you won't see non-elite here. Also from the choppers later, you know, where normally we're used to always seeing everything be elite, we'll likely see a few purples and stuff from there. But at third account, I especially noticed it a lot. I was just like, oh, this is a thing. We should maybe make a video on that actually at some point, because I know it's like, thing is though, it's kind of hard to quantify even. I could make a short on it maybe or something. Right. Well, a lot of people like I didn't either till
area secure.
Out of nowhere.
You should be able to access the reactor.
Just yeah, agent, let's go access the reactor. Not save the engineer. I don't trust him. He's an engineer. Actually, maybe it makes it easier, actually. Likely gives less loot, but also, like, who cares? I mean, people are already kicking for SHD.
I need you to get it back online. Now that you're in, we need to decrypt the safety protocols.
And I guess gonna solo. This guy's going for the boxes. And this is my home now. I live here. At least for a bit. It's the crit buff, right? Yeah.
Watch out!
Usually just for comparison. Oh, no. Rifle feels okay, but even if even the eagle is killing so much faster than it. But actually, yeah, the optimal range on rifles as well matters. Because for instance here, eagle would be like all the ARs would be out of optimal range. This one is 60? How much is this even? 45. Which is that's still longer than 45. Kind of like that actually, as a long range option. Yeah, let's go Luton. Wait, why? Wait, we're not past the first step yet? Thought we were on the last step because of the one. Why aren't you in the circle? Can we consider being in the circle? Sir? Do you need to restart the circle if you leave it? No, he's just... It's only 7K.
Warning. Reactor unstable. Initiating lockdown procedures.
Good work decrypting the protocols.
COD players versus
You need to remove those
Battlefield.
controls to get the reactor back online.
ETFO.
Evacuate the facility. 5 minutes to lockdown.
Proceed immediately to your nearest exit. Full lockdown imminent.
I mean, we're not in a like hurry or anything. We're fine time-wise, but let's also get her done.
High-risk target detected.
Even the eagle feeling okay on this. Go just feels like good. It's kind of weird to have other gear sets that feel good.
Hostile assault turret
It's
detected.
been a while. Been a while. Yeah, the reds and purples. And one thing I decided as well I'm gonna do, but that's gonna be later. But I was making some improvised pieces and I kept a few. I'm gonna make a high-end optimized, improvised. Just joke build, of course, just 6-piece improvised. Waste a shit ton of resources. Get barely anything in return. Oh, actually, we should go play that as well. The new. Why is this generator still alive? Wait, how little damage do you do? Huh?
Serious trauma detected.
My brain was just like, wait, like.
Great work, Agent.
How is everybody? I mean, that really is low level. I haven't seen a generator.
Knocking it offline or
Yeah.
killing you.
No, there's several places they've lightly boosted or something. There's a generator here. You can shoot it here, you can shoot it here, you can shoot it here. They're just shooting it everywhere except the parts that are. Run for the patch. Yeah, you need to complete 40. And also for safety, you should go to loop 41. Just go like through the thingy. But yeah, you definitely need to complete 40. So I don't die, motherfucker. But also the scaling guy is on 41, so... Although that scaling as well is not too hard. Like, that's one of the easier scaling maps. So... I'm just gonna go into loot mode.
Reactor online.
Weapons online. Sensors online. All systems nominal.
Great
One
work,
day
Agent.
somebody will
The
get
power plant
that.
is stable. Now get the hell out
And
of
I'll
there.
feel vindicated
Shoot off a flare when you're ready for Torres.
for
to bring
making
you
that
home.
reference every single time we complete. I'll feel through it like a real warrior. Zoom zoom. Zoom zoom. Vroom vroom. Go go. Yeah, just go to 41 and you can leave at the pedestal at the start, for instance. Or just leave. Or die. We usually go out swinging. Tradition, just to run at the enemy and just melee them down.
System curtailed.
Get on that helo. You've got hunters incoming.
System reactivated. System disrupted.
Might as just challenge
Immediate
him.
medical assistance needed.
What?
System restored.
It even hit me there. Oh.
Vital signs critical.
Found them. Found the thing that hit me.
Agent down. System malfunctioning.
I'm gonna get some marks out, but I'm gonna play it safe. I'm already in weakened state.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
System reactivated.
Yeah, see some purples from the chopper. You basically almost never see that, unless there is like a few. Usually, even you need like 2 very low levels. Like there again. I think that one was a red actually. Let's put our drone out here. Alright. Is our this tool that I have on this character? I mean, must be, right?
Torres is on her way.
Yeah.
Let's get you home.
Off we go. Noisemaker. Yeah. 158, we got all the dog tags. Nice. Oh yeah, we linked up right away, yeah.
Entering safe area.
You know, I don't hate this
Hey, agent.
with rifles. Thing is, though, yeah. Could make a good secondary, actually. Even beyond the...
Thanks for
Even beyond the bestie. Because I can just reach out and hit a little further. No, actually, so it. Mark 17, 55, right? Yeah. So Mark 17, still maybe. Maybe try the Bittersweet and Dr. Home. Just as secondaries. Let's go actually to that other character because I'm cocoed out. Too much cocoa.
Good to be seeing you.
Let's put this poor person back to their normal outfit. Yeah. Go back to that. That's sacrifice. Yeah, let's get the character 4 and play around with that newer PFE as well. Oh, definitely. General recommendation. Most of the team for most countdowns, you basically, because even tanks are not per se too useful there are other supports that are way more useful, either healing or CC, crowd control, foam eclipse. Both of those are like way more useful than being tanky. And then what you need is actually a lot of damage. It's best for most of the team to be damage. And having said all that, I'm going to run this for the next... all that stuff I said, yeah, I'm going to do the opposite. Enjoy. But yeah, I want to try this PFE a little bit out more. But this is a PFE kind of... This is in between being tanky and dealing some damage. Not a lot of damage, but some damage. But in Canada, yeah, you need most of the team to just deal damage and then it goes quick. There we had several other people dealing really good damage as well. So likely there was other strikers or tipping skills or umbras or something. But other people were running decent builds and also utilizing them all and getting some damage in. So it was always like about as smooth as that can go. Especially, for instance, yeah, we didn't even have close range buff or something like that.
To another agent's group. Receive.
But I want to mess around with this thing. You know what? Let's take a graded one. Let's see what the upper end of this is. I know this one we'll put back into the build collection pretty soon. Tank build. It's just the build that goes around just tank mobile. Oh, is that a build that just gets down, so you just have to keep thanking people for picking you back? That's a tank build. Yeah, 6UBB is also a pretty good choice. Yeah. I was more looking there at some of the exotics. So yeah, Dr. Rome might be
Not sure what they're trying to do with the nuclear
with the weapon
reactor,
handling,
they've
but I
triggered
should
the
try the
safety
bittersweet
protocol.
actually.
The plant is going into lockdown.
Oh yeah, 6UB is definitely one of the top picks. Because yeah,
We need to
Mark
get
17,
control of the
6UB is kind of my
experimental
top picks normally. There I was going with the ACRSS because normally it's just too much to handle. It's too hot to handle.
Reactor unstable.
But on there it felt
Emergency
kind of
lockdown
fine.
protocols activated. 15 minutes lockdown.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
No jamming. Hello, Mr. Hunter. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a PFE. Singing starts time for bed. Ow. Stop shooting my friends.
System restored.
And I have enough damage to get them off my allies. Wait, which ones? Okay, reactor containment. Let's get that. Let's zoom. As this can also be kind of useful here, especially during extraction, especially if I kind of play it aggressively. Yeah, I definitely know that because I was using like the Eagle Bear in between. Like that rifle felt kind of with talent up around the ballpark of the Eagle. And yeah, something like Lexington would be way ahead of that. But it's more than enough for what we were doing there. Oh, that's why I had this other... That's why I had the other one equipped. I don't want to swap off the chameleon and lose my buffs, of course. I say as I swap to the pistol. Yeah, it's fine. Who needs buffs anyway? Who needs their talents to be upped? And the answer to that is me. I need that. I need that badly.
Area secure.
Super weak build. Oh, well, super weak. It still does decent damage. Yeah, let's go against contaminated. In legendary. Legendary isn't per se because in legendary there's still a lot of purples and stuff. There's some fights in legendary where it kind of makes sense, especially like Tidal's last room and stuff. PFE can be pretty good. But if you like consider the first room of DUA or something, there's a bunch of reds and purples there. I wouldn't per se take this into legendary. There's just much more valuable things to take into there. But yeah, for rogue fights, yeah, this will be the thing I'll pull out on this character most often.
Here's your reckoning, motherfuckers! Gotta shoot that shield.
Do you want to take my reckoning in cash or debit or what are we doing here? This guy also getting healed over. I don't think, for instance, what PFE can do here, although people are doing that anyway, I can just rush objectives and just get that done, for instance. I don't need to care about enemies. Not that big of an issue on challenging on heroic sometimes, yeah.
Systems exposed.
Don't want to be lingering around a bunch of enemies.
Data transfer.
Oh, 6 hours something, Loop 41, nice. It's actually pretty
Incoming.
fast.
High risk hostile.
Was that group or was that solo? This is actually pretty fast and neat.
Trust me, you know.
Oh wait, is the thing up? No, right?
Agent, you should be able to access that experimental lab now.
No, that's
10
in this week.
minutes to lockdown. Evacuate the facility.
I'm kind of waiting for that headshot event to start, and then yeah, if we get Envy or a Rat, then we'll kind of abuse that again. Oh, abuse, use. So, oh, nice. Yeah. It's mostly as well in Legendary. It's just there's more useful things you can be. Like a Foam Eclipse with a BDSU and a Hive, Healing Hive. So you're kind of basically doing both healing a little bit and foaming. That makes it so much more comfortable than like outside of a few rooms. Like Title's last room, the PFE can push forward and kind of destroy the back turret, opening up
Agent,
a lot of
you've reached the
play
lab.
space.
I need you to stabilize the reactor.
Some of the ones as well, they can kind of be just
You're in.
safeties.
Now, just need to find and destroy those fuel valves.
But yeah, they're very few and far in between. Although for countdown, for heroic countdown, especially for instance. But that's not that one. But that one was still. I'm gonna have a peek at.
Magnetic containment failure. Elevated threat of EMP discharge.
Nice work on the valves.
But also, even if I run
I need
PFE
you
here,
to
quite
expose
often
the
I
reactor's
swap
core.
like at the end of the after this basically. Because even if it's close range extraction, if you kind of pay attention, you
Good.
can get
Now,
the swap
you
going
just
still
need
in
to
time.
destroy the magnetic core. You should be fine.
I'm just gonna run laps. That's not.
System malfunctioning. Incoming. High risk hostile.
Anyway, I'll push button.
System reactivated. Hostile striker drone detected.
Also, for some of the thingies as well, actually. Some of the. Also, Recruiter is a very annoying fight. It's much less annoying if you have one PFE there. You know, keep him busy. Although annoying in an intended way, I like that fight. Because it's hard. Although, you have to kind of choose it though.
Curtailed.
Just maybe it kind of doesn't feel right.
System back online.
Go down in the middle.
Tricky little bastard. Fucker.
System disrupted.
There's your reds again.
High risk target detected. System reactivated. Hostile restore hive detected. Experimental reactor offline. System restored.
No, a red band. My only weakness.
I'm gonna hit.
Hey, back off!
The revolution will not be televised.
Good work, Agent. You saved the plant. Move to extraction point. When you're ready, send up a flare so Torres can pick you up.
And I did. As well, congrats on the 40 there. Good redemption. No, I'm kind of holding out for that. If I get something, if we get something useful, I'll use it, and then there's still enough time in the season. Because I need, we might not get anything useful. And I can catch your hand, this HD. Hardwired with nitrogen pulse instead as a group setting. A lot of investment for nothing that useful, kind of. Because pulsing definitely candy, but like if the team had 2 pulses, that already does enough. Because that pulse doesn't like add, like in division, if you had the Division 1 pulse, sure. That added damage depending on skill tiers. Well, electronics. Yeah. That's it. How about both of you aim at me? Yes, shoot me. I like it. My teammates finish him though. Would be nice. So that's kind of the thing that a PFE needs to do here to be like even worth it a little bit. Is actually be in the under's faces. So for instance here as well, that healing box is actually not per se shootable by my allies. Actually it is. Really.
Shoot off a flare so Torres knows you're ready to go.
Mr. Hunter, man. My chameleon went so super suppressed. It's not just suppressed, it's super rest. What we need, we'll workshop that. Well, actually, even Seeker spam would be more useful. Although, well, so the Seekers would get hacked on Hunters. But that pulse just isn't worth that much. Is the thing. 3 people running pulse would be able to, like, always have a pulse up, almost. That's coming from somebody who basically always has pulse as well, if I'm not like on a build like this.
Torres is on her way.
That's so odd. So you're getting the echo effect of like the gun, but we're not getting the actual sign of it. And for instance, here again, I'm kind of useless again, but the fight's over already.
Torres is in position.
You can still do a chopper. Most people stay. Because in comparison, like, yeah, if you just have a foam eclipse there, that's so much more useful, especially a hazard protected one. Because then I can just lock the extraction down on the enemy side so much.
Keep working
Yeah.
together like
Yeah,
that.
the division.
and
I
we
mean,
may
that's also the
actually
reason
keep
they
the
did
lights on
it.
this
In
one.
Division 1, Pulse and Sticky were kind of Pulse and Flashbang Sticky were kind of the go-tos for like 99% of people. And yeah, you would get crit chance, crit damage, and even actually damage against pulsed enemies from the Pulse. In Division 2, though, on the overcharged Pulse you do, on everything else you don't. But yeah, it just wouldn't be. Also, keep in mind that like you could just run a red with Night Watcher if you want to kind of do the same, because you don't need like the hardwired part on top of Night Watcher. Night Watcher will already make it like every 10 seconds you can pulse, and even a red's pulse is like 14 seconds, 12 seconds duration. Yeah, 13.
Thanks for the business.
Mm. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. No. Let's maybe around that. It's getting close to 2. Tomorrow we'll add this into the build collection, definitely, if nothing else. Although I still need to figure out what I want for this secondary, actually. Because this thing is 5 crit already over. So that's already kind of a waste. But also overall, likely the best choice still, right? Like an unwavering SMG. Even though I give up my stats here, but maybe we just use it when we don't have the stats here, or if I'm out of ammo. And that's what it's for, right? Brazen ACS might be interesting there as well. Just for its damage output, maybe would maybe help pull hunters. Should try actually if I can kind of keep hunters off of allies if I use that, maybe. I love that game. Wow. Pretty sure I got rid of an extra ACS. Yeah. But that's fine as well. I'm fine farming up another one. That's half the fun anyway. So PFE build. Yeah, I would want the ACS just for its much higher DPS output, because it would just be for a little bit. I would just unload it all the way and then just swap back. So I think that one would fit a little bit better. But also, yeah, I could always just take. Actually, I don't. One thing is with PFE, like Scorpio, it feels really good, but yeah, here I'm trying to do Chameleon. I'm still not fully sold on the Chameleon there, actually. But also, it doesn't feel too bad. Feels fine. Oh, actually, the other one. That one is from you. That one's from the stash. Because I was thinking otherwise Bighorn, but also I don't want to deal with Bighorn. Because Bighorn could add to the headshot damage. It does okay damage. It has low crit. Thing is, especially normally on PFEs, I would put SMGs. But this has too much crit. And while I could lose some crit in places, just yeah, weapon handling for it is not worth it. We'll mess around with it more. I don't mind this thing. We just get the reloads going first, and then the rest is fine. Yeah, let's round out. In the background, let me go and find somebody for us to raid on the Twitch end, as we always do. And I've been doing a lot of raiding recently-ish. As yeah, we've been streaming a lot. I've been noticing in my in like the Twitch, like my Twitch stats kind of thing. But also I don't mind. I'm kind of enjoying it. I have a lot of time available, so what else am I gonna do? I was gonna play the Division anyway, a lot. So we just did more. Yeah, let's go and we'll go raid Lil, seeing as we haven't in a while. Yeah, let's go raid over there. I'll be back tomorrow. Likely tomorrow and Sunday as well. I'm gonna, because starting Monday, it's gonna get a little bit busier for me. But tomorrow and Sunday, actually, I'm mostly free. I don't really have plans because also the weather is horrendous. There is no plans to be had basically. So yeah, I'll be streaming quite a lot, likely. We'll see how tomorrow goes. We'll see if I make it an afternoon and evening, or if we just do a long one. But yeah, I'll decide tomorrow and we'll see how that goes. But for now, thank you all for joining me. And indeed, we'll wish everybody well. And yeah, we'll send everybody over to Lil Huge, who's doing surprise, Iron Horse. Ooh. Who would have thought? And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll see kind of how it goes. Definitely in the evening, if nothing else. But most likely I'll be around either on an afternoon and an evening, or we'll start early for the evening, basically. Tomorrow I do want to record the character trees build collection run through. And then Sunday I want to record character 4s. And that might be an idea. Maybe I do an afternoon and an evening and we'll record like half of it each. That might also kind of make it so that I can rest in between and just kind of not become super rambly at the end. Because I definitely noticed I was kind of rambly by the end of, especially character 2's one, or by the end of it I was kind of rambly. Which I am generally, but it's noticeable when it's even more. Yeah, and I'm getting rambly right now as well, as I'm tired again as well. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. We'll send everybody off on the Twitch into Lil Huge. I'll be back tomorrow, and as always, have a good night.
Chemicals or whatever.
Oh, like the adrenaline.
Yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.